Welcome back, and
We're not sorry. This is our new intro. Fucking Scoopadoos link us to You Can Too. And we're back with another D&D mod showcase. I mean another D&D session. I didn't actually mean to say that.
today we'll be going over the Lucky Blocks mod.
Let's see what Poyo does with this lucky block.
Oh no, Poyo, don't do that. Poyo,
Oh, no.
Poyo, put the child down.
I got a nat 1.
Anyways,
Child is poisonous.
children are always poisonous.
I believe it.
So, last we left off, the Tidebringers.
That's us. Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
that is them. Unfortunately, had returned to the town of Lithostein Harbor after their adventures throughout the core ruins, and specifically with the Toe Boulder tribe of kobolds and the adjacent ancient core city of Zephyrion. Returning now with loot in hand and a new ally, Alwyn, a undead wizard of some form that they were able to rescue from the city. They've now returned to Lithostein Harbor. And so we're going to have a bit of downtime. I know there's things that you guys will likely want to do within the city before heading out again on wherever else you guys decide to go. If you decide to, go do the main quest line, or if you decide to go off into the woods again. But yeah. So. Jin, you're up first.
You have picked the wrong person. Try again.
Alright, here. Jin, you're up first.
Oh, fuck.
Alright, quiz time. Are we in the city?
Yes. You guys have entered Lithostein Harbor. Unless you don't want to have entered for some reason.
No. God, what do I even want to do?
That's a question for you, bud.
I'm talking to myself there, bud.
Well, you should have
Your
did
mom,
it,
bud.
or you should have did your mom, bud.
Give your balls a tug.
Head fucker.
My balls itch.
Doing a scratching for you?
Yeah, bro, sure. This is what cousins do.
That's a
Duck
pamphlet.
Can I have the stuff that I gotten, like, appraised? Like, the mace, the medals, the knife I got?
Yeah, okay. Where would you like to go to get that appraised? Are you going to go to, like, a specific place that the party's already been, or are you looking for somewhere new?
Do the medals and the orange glossy, like, thing I got, do they more resemble, like, gemstones, or, like...
They are
Blacksmith
shaped
metal.
like ingots.
Okay.
And they feel metallic. They don't feel like a crystal or gem of some kind.
you know what? I'll just take this stuff to the magic place. That fire magic guy. Is that the place? That this place?
Mithril
is?
Miracles?
Yeah, is that this place?
Yes, that is in Lithostein Harbor.
I'd like to go there.
Oh,
If anyone would like to join me, they can.
I fucking will. I'm gonna fucking do it, man. I'm gonna actually participate in capitalism.
Is this during the time that Ruben is going to do his thing, or?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason I picked Jin is because this is also, like, during the times when, Ruben and Ketzel are off doing their thing, and Eterna is off doing her thing with Alwyn, and Hansu is leaving the party behind, and all the good stuff. You know? By the way, fair heads up, Koyo, you're gonna be up next after Jin.
Fucking cool.
So yeah, you head over to Mithril Miracles. Walking along the kind of like the richer district, the more magical district of which is just like this one road in Lithostein Harbor. A lot of the shops are more full than usual. Especially you see a few separate blacksmiths of various like presentations with lines out the door, people holding some of the dark orc weapons and armors, like trying to sell these sorts of scrap metals, trying to get some money out of what they could pick off of the battlefields. You head into Mithril Miracles, and you can see there is Blaze. Blaze is there. There's also, you can see there's like 4 different, almost like clerks, wearing hastily constructed, mostly similar but not identical, quote-unquote, uniforms, with little name tags that are just kind of walking around with like groups of people. Just kind of taking a look at various things. You can see the curtain over the stairs down is open, and there's like just a thin trail of smoke kind of gently wafting out. Whatever isn't captured by the hood over the forge that is downstairs. And you can see there's a group of maybe about 6 or 7 people kind of clustered at the top of that staircase, all kind of huddled around a collection of these same like scrap metals that, honestly, it looks like a full breastplate was taken, mostly undamaged. And they seem to be debating its worth. There's like 4 dwarves there. There's 1 halfling. There is a rock gnome. And there is what appears to be like a raccoon shifter with this really like strange design kind of dyed into the side of their head. But Blaze is standing at the counter there, and he is speaking to a customer at the moment, but he kind of like nods at you and like holds up a finger. You look around, and it is just, this is the busiest you have seen Mithril Miracles in your time that you have been in Lithostein Harbor. It is wild and chaotic, like a Walmart on a Sunday afternoon.
What the Walmart?
Good thing I don't go to Walmart. Wahala.
Especially
to
not on
Guild
Sunday
World, don't you?
afternoons.
Especially ever.
Yes. But yeah, eventually one of the dwarves kind of steps away from their conversation to kind of speak to you. Steps up. Hey, my name is Dorfen, and well, got a pile of stuff there. I assume you were here to have us look at it.
What are you, like a new hire or something?
Well, usually we, along with some of the others, work down in the forges, but everyone's working overtime recently. It's been a lot of business for blacksmiths recently. War always makes for busy days.
Well, I think I might help on the business part. I got some unique items, and I need them appraised.
Appraised. Alright, so, what do you want to start with, then?
I'll just put down, or I assume there's like a table. I'll set down the 3 metals I got, one of each of them. The cerulean, dark green, and orange.
Okay. He kind of taps on the cerulean. That's a fine metal. Where'd you find that?
Oh, you know, here and there.
Trade secrets?
Don't you know it?
That is a special type of adamantine that is produced typically in the elemental plane of water. It can be found and mined and produced elsewhere, but the Marids are really the ones known for it. They make some of their best weapons out of that. And in their honor, because they're all about honor, it's called Meridine. Kind of picks up the ingot, wraps his knuckles on it a couple of times. Good metal. Hard. Not as hard as adamantine, but about half the weight of adamantine as well. Polishes really nicely and decently receptive to magic, especially of transmutive or conjuration types. Or so I've heard. I've dabbled a bit in magic, but I better with my hands than my mind. Stuff like this is worth the most in a form of a weapon, but an ingot like this sold to a blacksmith who knows what to do with it, you could probably get maybe 600 for each of these ingots.
And what kind of weaponry would be best for this kind of metal?
It does well with slashing weapons, especially scimitars, or there's a particular type of longsword that is often made with this that has like a long curved blade. Glaives are very good with this metal as well. It holds an edge very nicely. Does not do too well with bludgeoning weapons. Like, you wouldn't make a hammer out of Meridine.
I don't suppose there's a blacksmith around here that I can have this forged.
I mean, we do that here.
Let's go.
Clearly, I know enough about it to work with it. And I'm just one of the assistants.
So what about the other two?
This here is technically not a metal. it is a particular type of marble that is infused with elemental earth energies. And I'm not very familiar with it. I've heard that this does actually make a good hammer. I've seen weapons made out of it. It's heavy, strong. I do not know enough about this to necessarily appraise it. Tell you what you could do with it. It's not my specialty. This orange cluster here, this appears to be a heart of a old fire elemental. Wherever you went, wherever you picked these up, has a lot of connection with the inner planes. Excuse me. But as you would assume, does well with fire-based enchantments. Very receptive to that. Can be used in arcane focuses to enhance fire magic. We actually have a set of 6 of these downstairs that help power the forge and keep it at precise temperatures for working with these metals. So honestly, unless you're looking to make some form of wand or fiery weapon of some kind, or maybe a fire-resistant armor you could probably make with this, but you might get better value of it just selling it to a blacksmith around here, especially one that doesn't already have one of these but would know how to use one. If you could find a blacksmith like that, they'll pay $1,500, $2,000 for that. It really does make a forge run 10 times better.
Right. Would just this piece right here for the orange one be enough to make like a weapon?
Well, typically when we make a weapon with that, we use it to, like, if a blade, we would coat the edge with it, or for like an armor, we would actually melt it down and we would kind of coat the armor with it. You would typically want a base weapon to add that to, or a base set of armor, or a base helmet, or what have you.
So if I have this, and I'll place down the unbreakable sickle that I have, would this work?
Unbreakable sickle, remind me.
I got it in the dungeon area that we did. I don't know what else to say.
Where specifically in the dungeon? Like, if I pull you over to...
If you bring it up, then I'll show you.
Yeah.
This place right here.
Where?
Orange line. Orange
I see.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The metallic stone that weapons. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. He kind of takes a look at that. We see a lot of this material coming from the adventurers that head out into the core ruins. Seem to be a favorite of the core. Doesn't respond well to heat. Doesn't melt very well. Difficult to work with. They had some form of specific magic to work with it, I assume. You wouldn't happen to have a more traditionally made... I mean, I probably could put it on there, but it wouldn't necessarily be as effective as if I had a material that I knew a little bit more about.
Yes, I guess I have a regular sword as well.
I guess.
And you are... Which sword are you pulling out?
Just one of my regular short swords.
I think for the short swords, those are the ones upgraded by the core. Were they both the same bonus? Do they both have the same damage dice?
You gave them different bonuses.
For the short swords? Okay. Which short sword are you pulling out then?
One second. Oh, they both have the same. They're both +1.
You just don't have dex labeled on that one.
Oh, that's because that one's my left hand, and I don't add for left hand.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of pull that out, show it to him. He holds his hands out like horizontally, if I may.
I'll give it to him.
Kind of takes in his hand, weighing the balance, looking at it. That's certainly a unusual combination of materials. Flicks the blade, takes the handle, and like kind of swings it back and forth like a metronome, testing the balance. Balanced decently well. Handle's a bit small. That doesn't bother you?
Not particularly.
I could put the flame heart on this. If that's what you're wanting to do with it.
Now, with the Meridine you said?
Meridine, right.
Meridine. Does that work in the same way as this, the fire one here? Like you coat it? Or do you make a
No,
whole...
the Meridine, typically you would make a entire blade or an entire weapon out of that, similarly as you would steel. Not like this weapon here, where the base is the mithril and then the edge is adamantine, and there's an adamantine core. You can't actually see it, but there's an adamantine rod or piece that runs down the center of this blade. It's unusual to be constructed that way, but it wouldn't affect how I would put the flame heart on this. But no, the Meridine, you would make a entire weapon out of it.
Is it possible to have a Meridine weapon and then have it coated in the fire and elemental thing here?
I would assume that it's possible. Combining things from the elemental plane of water and the elemental plane of fire is risky at best. A weapon like that, if you swung it wrong or hit it wrong, or someone hit it with a spell wrong way, it might go off in your hands. But I mean, depending on who you take it to, and I would probably have to get my boss on this if you wanted to do it that way. But he's the best in the business. He could probably make a weapon that would make those two energies kind of work together.
That sounds unpredictable. I like it.
Unpredictable, chaotic, unsafe. which
You're
is
making
the
me want
goal
to
of
do
a
this even more
weapon.
now.
Hmm?
You're making me want to do this even more now.
Risk taker. I like it. I like it. So, if you were going to want to do that, what sort of a weapon would you want? What blade shape? Like I said, the Mirrodin works best with slashing weapons, cutting weapons.
Well, you know what? I kind of like the shape of these sickles that I have here. I want to make them into those.
All right. Well, looking at them, I could same size and everything.
Yeah.
You could probably get a little bit more oomph if you made them a bit bigger.
Or just like two big sickles?
Not super big, but like
Bigger? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we can make them bigger.
Yeah, I could probably make a bigger version of that. It'd probably take about an ingot of each. The flame heart, I'd only be able to put on one of them.
Alright.
So I don't know if you want to do two weapons with the Mirrodin and then only put the flame heart on one, or if you would want to maybe get a bigger weapon that you would put the flame heart on.
And then the earth elemental one, does that work the same as the Mirrodin? Or do you make a whole weapon out of it?
I would assume so. The weapons that I've seen made out of it seem fairly solid. I've even seen handles made out of that metal. Not technically a metal, but it's easy to refer to it as such.
Marble. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know enough about that material to really tell you much more about it.
I'm just wondering how wacky I can be with this. Think about if I can infuse the dark green here with the Mirrodin. Like with the fire elemental with the Mirrodin.
Well, what you ought to do if you're trying to do all of that is you try to collect a last piece from the elemental plane of air. Something like Wistine. Get you a blade of the elements, so to speak. Now that would be a weapon for the ages.
And I assume you don't have that here.
I'm not sure actually. Let me go check. If I don't, though, I can tell you where you would likely find some, other than the elemental plane of air.
Oh shit.
Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Poyo, did you hear that?
I sure
I get to
did.
be an avatar.
Fuck yeah.
And the dwarf kind of like sets your sword down, kind of sets down the ingots that he was looking at, and hobbles off. He's gone for maybe about 6-7 minutes. Eventually comes back. So, the bad news is, no, we do not have any in stock right now. We did, but a different customer earlier this morning came in wanting a bowstring made out of it.
Little archers.
I mean, it is one of the best things to make a bowstring out of, as far as I know. Adds range, adds power, adds accuracy, all around win.
All around wind.
Uh-huh.
I had to charge you double for that joke.
Wait.
And I point and laugh.
But I do have a contact up in Yanyan. If you're heading that way. I can write down. I can get you a letter to hand to him and write down last place I knew he was staying. If you want me to, if you want to pursue that.
Well, looks like we know where we're going on the mainland now.
Sure do.
All right. Quill. Don't have a quill with me. Be right back. And he hobbles
Wait a
off
minute,
again.
that's racist.
Pollo, you're racist.
No.
Alright, prove me wrong. Got him.
Gotta get. I thought doing a little jig.
You know
See,
what?
would a racist person do this kind of jig on? I mean,
You know what? I think you're right.
no, hold on. Give me a second. I'm not racist. I performed really good. I'm not racist.
I'm gonna have sleight of hand steal that jig of yours.
No.
Alright, I only slightly stole it. I do
Only
a jig,
slightly.
but light. I do the jig, but worse.
When you think about it, 21 is just backwards 12.
You know what? That's right. We're opposites. I did the opposite of a jig.
The
I did a
opposite of a
gidge.
jig.
I did a gidge.
You did a jag.
No, I did a lag.
Lag.
Alright. Here we go. There's just a quick letter. My name there. You're looking for a gnome. Name of Theodadra Fairfoot. They live up in the river port of Yangnam. Northern bit of Yanyan. You'll have to come in the river there. It's there's a small like port tax if you're taking your own boat or booking passage. But go there. She is a fantastic master of the arcane. Does really good work. Specializes in wind and weather magics. She either has some or has a source where you can go get it for her. Like, she knows where it is. So, go give her a knock. The specific address in the city where I know where she is in here. But just tell her I sent you.
Alright, and then what's your name then? So I can tell her you sent me.
Oh, I already told you that. Don't you remember?
No, I have
Come on,
short-term memory
Jim.
loss.
Come on, Jen, do you really forget this young man's name?
Alright, you know what? You should be so kind as to tell me, Pollo.
I whispered in your ear, right? And you can tell him. You can politely tell him. Here, I whispered in Jen's ear. His
Roll
name is
intelligence check to see if you know his name.
His name is Greg.
Gregory.
Gregory.
I will, I'll go through the recording and I will send you the name that I made up on the spot for this guy.
Perfect.
After the session.
Am I the only one that remembers the name?
Oh, do you actually
Is it
remember the
Talia?
name?
I knew
Yeah.
it. What's
I
his
was
name?
Please.
happening.
Dwarven. 'Cause
That
was
is
very
not what I
original.
said.
Yes, you said that his name was Dwarven.
I thought it was Dwarven. Like, the
Dwarven.
race.
Like a
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said
This
the
is
name
race.
was Dwarven.
This is dwarf
No.
race.
I wouldn't put it past
hello,
Alex,
I
but
am
yeah.
human. My name is Human.
It's just
You like to do
human.
skateboards?
Hello, yes, I am real man. But yeah,
That's
I
what you
will.
will help.
I'll get you a gold card with that name, the name of the town, and the name of the person you're looking for.
Hoo-ha, hoo-ha.
For that. And I will also post it in chat for you to make a note of it.
I'll put this in my inventory and I'll call it the Avatar letter.
The Avatar letter.
Alright.
Doorman.
Alright, I don't suppose you also praise, or you know about magical items.
Well, as far as magic, that's more upstairs. We do that here. It's just not my department.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I shall go to the
do
other
that
department.
upstairs.
To the other department.
And remember, don't have a good day.
Alright, we're done. No, cut it. Stop, no. Have a great day.
Oh, I knew I'd get at least one of you with that. Yeah. So you head up the stairs on the right-hand side towards the back of the Mithril Miracles.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Waddle. You head up, and this area is significantly less busy. There's a few benches there and another counter. And there's just almost like a curtained off area, and you can see there's a faint arcane shimmer along with the curtain, and you can't hear anything past that. But as someone pushes the curtain to come out to greet you, you hear the curtain being pushed aside. As this person steps out, mostly closes the curtain behind them. Middle-aged female satyr. Very short horns. Green eyes. Kind of almost buck teeth. She smiles widely at you. And what can we do for you today?
I procured some magical items, and I need them to be appraised, because I am not a magic person, and I need to know what they do.
Are you looking for an appraisal, a identification, or both?
Boom, that's the word. Identification.
Identification.
I found it. I was looking for that word.
So you just want to know what they do. You don't need to know how much they would be priced on the market.
There's one that I want to be priced because I have no use for it, but the other one I actually want because I like it. It's cool.
So that would be.
So one of them needs to be identified. One of them to be identified and appraised.
Alrighty, 2 identifications and 1 appraisal. That'll take me about half an hour, and I can do that for 100 gold.
Hey Poyo, how's your cash looking right now?
Don't you have money? Jin, I could have sworn that you had money. I know you have money, Jin. You're not fooling me.
I really don't. Okay, out of character, do you understand? My character design is to not steal money. It's to steal objects. So I don't have money.
Sell objects, dummy.
What do you think I'm trying to do? I need to know what this object does before I sell. Okay, we're done. Okay, hello, back to character.
Here, here's an idea.
I just want to point out, last session, you were in a safe full of a practically unlimited amount of money compared to, what you could just scoop up. And you did not.
You at least could have taken a quarter.
I'm perfectly aware of what I've done.
Yeah. So go sell some shit then.
You're not gonna be able to pay the ferryman when you're buried, Jin.
Who says I'm gonna have a ferryman?
Man.
I don't need a funeral. Those are
I don't
those
need.
are for the
I
rich
don't need
people.
a. I don't need a ferry.
The joke was the guy who ferries you across the river Styx. Greek mythology thing.
The joke is that I'm stupid. Ah!
The joke
That's
is
a funny
here.
joke. That's a
Have
pretty
a
funny
quarter.
joke.
Is that implying you actually have the money?
I have 200. I got you.
I literally have the 5 gold I started the game with.
Amazing.
And I thought I was
I'm not
poor.
even joking.
I thought I was poor.
Amazing.
Whatever. Yeah, I'll give you. How much? How much is it? I was like
100
half. I was
crackers.
just half paying attention. All right.
It's
100.
100. 25 for each identification and another 50 for the appraisal.
Okay, that's 1. That's 5. Okay. Here is 100 gold pieces.
Alright. I'll be back in 30 minutes if you have anything else you need to attend to, or... Well, I'll be back out here in about 30 minutes.
All right.
We'll just twiddle our thumbs.
Or actually, I think I have something to do, cause
Will it take less than 30 minutes?
I think so, cause it's been a couple of weeks actually. That I think I was supposed to get a dagger, or something. Oh no, okay. Before you and Eterna joined it and shit, I think one of us had like a dagger from like a dragon or something, and someone commissioned I don't remember. It was
These are great details you're lying out right here.
listen, Jin.
Do you at least remember where you did this?
If
you remember this?
you had,
you remember the
listen,
story?
Jin, if you had memory short loss,
Very
short
short
lives.
Tyler,
Really
you have a
anxiety.
stroke over there.
Can you
Eden,
come over
Eden,
there?
you're better at words than someone else in this chat.
Listen, I have short-term memory loss, not long-term. Get it right.
listen. This is Poyo. This is in character for Poyo, so it's fine.
Wait, hold on. Jin, I have to clarify. If you have short-term memory loss but not long-term memory loss, does that mean that you just, if something happens, you just have to wait 10 minutes and then you can remember it?
It's a little longer than 10 minutes, but yeah.
What about 15? 15 minutes?
Nah.
I could save you money on car insurance.
Okay,
I mean,
15
car
minutes
insurance.
is still like short-term. Long-term is like a couple days or weeks.
Okay.
It might
So-
take a while, but it'll
So
come
someone,
back to me.
so someone tells you their name, and then like
You
2
forgot your
weeks later,
father?
you're gonna be
2
standing
weeks
in
later,
the shower,
I'm
like.
in my house, just like reading a book. His name was Gerald. Damn
His
it.
name was Gerald!
Ah, maybe next time.
Oh my god. Just imagine Jin being a fast food worker.
Oh
and you're
my
like,
god.
oh shit! I forgot to give him the ketchup!
It's like that.
Why are you so mad at me?
It's like the off-color sapphire from Steven.
God, why is this person so passive-aggressive? Oh, yeah.
I fucking punched him in the face as a knee-jerk reaction. Oops.
Knee-jerk reaction. Let's go.
Let's go.
Anyways,
Anyway.
back in character.
Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you?
I would.
Alright, so do you actually remember where this place was that you got the daggers? Or were you even there?
I don't think so, but I know someone who can tell me where. Cause
So you know a friend of a
so-
friend to get to this place for these daggers.
Yes.
And you're saying this can take less than 30 minutes.
Listen. Fuck you. You know. I'm
Roll a
starting- you know-
history check, Poyo.
You know, as a mailman, I'm starting to wonder how
How
the
good
fuck
as you were.
how the fuck did I get anything on time?
You didn't. It was all just.
I
narcissism.
didn't. 7.
Total
It
of
was all
7?
just narcissism.
Total of 7.
R.I.P.
11.
Well, I can't tell you anything with that.
You can tell him how
Alright.
pretty he is.
Going on pure ink.
How
stain.
pretty is he?
Toyo, your quills look especially shiny today.
Cool.
Aww.
Maybe just quick DM Owen.
Okay. While
Okay.
you're doing that, let me swap to someone else. Ruben or Eterna or Shalex. Which of you would like
What?
to?
It's someone else's turn. For
Yeah.
A little bit.
I'm transitioning to someone else. so that
Transition.
I could
Yeah.
do it.
All right.
Alex can transition. These are facts.
Whoa!
He's already done it.
Got him.
Yeah.
Well, then it's not his turn. Someone else's.
Alright, just skipping me entirely.
Man, that
I can go.
that gives me the idea of like sitting around like in a circle in like an AA meeting, except for transitioning, and I'm just.
It's not your turn to transition this week. Stop. You're taking the spotlight from other people. Stop it.
Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome. No, but I'll go.
Okay. Alright, so Ruben.
Yeah.
Let's see, I believe you just like when we left off last week, you had just put your letter in the mail.
I was heading to the mail place. I didn't actually reach the place.
Okay. Yeah, so you head up towards a kind of like the town hall area of Lithostein Harbor, which is very it's like on the same block as Dom Roverick's tower.
Okay.
Simple looking building, mostly wooden construction. Looks nice, but like nothing special. There's no decorations really, other than like a small sign on the door.
Do I see anyone in the windows? Like, do I just see like one little guy in the back?
I mean, there's lights on in the building. Yeah, as you head in, there's like a clerk sitting at a desk with an oil lantern. Appears to be writing on a stack of papers.
I walk up to the desk and just kind of awkwardly stare at him.
Oh, hey Ruben. This guy
Hi.
looks up and it's one of your neighbors actually from when you lived here. A snake shifter kind of looks up the brow, like a viper's brow, kind of like hangs loosely, and it looks like a viper's brow, but it's stylized to be that it's actually his hair that's kind of like flowing back. Long, lanky man. The snake eyes, just a row of fangs. But despite the fangs, it's a pleasant smile. Kind of looks up at you. What can we do for you? What do you need?
You want to throw a name at me real quick?
Lamorak! That's a fun name.
Hi, Lamorak. How's it going, bud? He kind of puts his
It's,
hand out to give him a handshake.
Holds out, shakes your hand. Going pretty good, considering the assload of work that we've had. Who knew wars involved so much paperwork?
Yeah.
Or like, not even a war, just like a single battle. So many letters to be sent out to family members and suppliers and the VAC is requiring that we call sets of adventurers back in, and they're wanting to garrison each of the main towns on Vilsaurus now, and it's a bureaucratic nightmare.
Well, as much as I would love to not add to that nightmare, I slowly start opening my bag.
Please be something simple. Please be
so-
something simple.
Decently. So I pull out the letter, and I also pull out a tiny, like, stuffed animal. Probably like, I don't know, maybe like 5 inches tall.
What
Nothing
animal
too
is
big. It's a little bird. It's like a little robin.
it? Nice.
And so he puts it on the counter next to the letter. I just need you to send this to me, for me, to someone. And
Okay.
that should decently be it.
Whereabouts?
If I go back to my character sheet, 'cause I don't fucking remember.
Mood.
Give me a second. I know I wrote it down.
I know you wrote it down too.
Here we go. Ruben's character sheet. Alright, so I'm gonna need you to send this to, Bazion in, where was the place I was at again?
I believe the country was Hacia.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the town is called, Bazion.
Right. Alright, and, what name should I put on it here? As you see, he's, like, scribbling down instructions in, a shorthand that Poyo would be able to read, but you are not.
On the, her name's Astrid Kiran, but, I'd like it to say my shooting star. Like, to my shooting star.
Presumably you address that in the letter.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to say it on the outside so she knows it's from me.
Okay.
It's,
I can do that. There's a little bit of extra fee because it's special instructions for the deliveryman.
Yeah, that's
but
alright.
yeah, I can do that. I have to write it down as her actual name, Astrid.
That's alright.
But yeah, I can have the deliveryman say, here, this is for Ruben's shooting star. Would that work?
That's fine.
Okay. Alright.
Just a little gift for her. She's turning 18 soon, and I, figured this is my time to talk to her.
Right. Problems in the past, or what happened?
Oh, just couldn't find myself out in the country.
More of a city person. I'm the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, city just makes me feel a lot better.
Alright. Well, I've got all that noted down. Since it is going to the mainland, there's a surcharge of 3 gold, and then the special instructions is another 6 silver. So, that's what you owe me.
Alright, let me pull that out of my little pouch here.
He, like, pulls out, like, one out of a stack of, like, small burlap sacks to, like, put the stuffed animal into. Ties it up.
Oh, you don't have anything nicer than that?
Not really.
You know what? Here.
This
give me
is a
that-
mail
here.
service. So.
Here. It's alright. He takes his bag off because he still has the bag with the stuff in it around him.
Right.
Can we trade these bags? And I'll just give you this bag to put everything in, and we just, like, swap bags?
Roll a persuasion check.
Alright. I'm rolling it and roll 20. Persuasion.
Well, that's highly unusual, but I suppose I can put a tag on it. It'll work out. I'm sure
Alright.
they'll know what to do with it.
And you said 3 gold, 6 silver?
Yes.
Alright. And I slap that onto the thingy.
Counter there.
The counter.
Yep.
Yeah.
He like scoops it up. Counts it like very quickly by like dropping the coins from one hand to the other. And then like scoots it into a pouch. Alright, I will I'll make sure this gets to where it's going.
Alright, thank you. And if anything comes my way, you know where I am.
Yep. Actually heard the landlord rented out that room to someone else at some point.
Wait, my room?
Yeah. Said something about late rent payments.
I mean, I don't think we've...
Might want to talk to Ketzel about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and talk to him then.
Alright. Good luck. And, if I don't find you there, I will, I suppose I'll just hold it, or leave it with Ketzel if he's staying in town.
Yeah, Ketzel can always take the mail for me as well.
We'll get it to you. We'll get it to you. Alright, you have a good one.
You too. And then he immediately starts rushing to his house.
Meanwhile, Shalex, Eterna, should we transfer to one of you guys, or should we swap back to Jin?
You can transfer to me.
Okay. Shalex, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You are extra quiet today.
Honestly, that was perfect volume height on my end.
Volume height.
Yeah.
Volume. How tall is your volume?
2
6.
hamburgers.
Tyler, that's a correct answer, Tyler.
So I guess we leave after Quill was like, "Oh, that's a forbidden thing," and I'm just like, "Well, I didn't ask."
Yeah, definitely gets a little bit quiet after that. There's still like a little bit of conversation there, but nothing particularly special, nothing that you really pick up on. Mostly just reminiscing about students, or just kind of being glad to have someone to talk to about the good old days. But yeah, you and Alwyn head out.
Hey, Alwyn, do you think that you could, like... Where the fuck is my pencil? There it is. Like, start to, like, teach me how to read core? Like, is it...
It is a complicated language, but I can begin to, work on some of that with you.
Because, I mean, I know, like, Undercommon and Deep Speech and Orcish and Common.
Knowing Orcish will help some. The languages have some similarities. Not in grammar similarities, not pronunciation, I should say.
Kind of, I want to start learning that a little bit, as well as, Why was encode thoughts? Why was that forbidden?
The version of the spell that I taught you is not the forbidden version. The more common version of that was more able to remove thoughts from other people's minds. It was a tool of spies and infiltrators, and it was not openly taught anywhere.
Ah.
Back in those days, there wasn't much need for such a thing. The world was, well, still dangerous, but you could
Not
generally trust the
overlord
people around
dangerous.
you. You could generally trust the people around you. It was the creatures from other realms that were the problem. And of course the fact that everything was big in the islands. Is that still the case?
Define big.
10 to 12 times normal size. Giant eagles capable of picking up and carrying a person in each claw. Big.
Is that the case?
I'm not sure if you'd know or not. Roll a history check.
To see if I'd seen any.
Yeah,
animals.
just to
Well-
see if you have, because he's speaking about the Islands of Rain, not the Shattered Isles.
Well, I accidentally rolled 26 whenever I dropped my dice. So.
I will respect that. Yes. So, as a part of your time spent with your previous adventuring party, whose name I don't think has been revealed to the current party
It has not.
as of yet, so I will not reveal it.
Oh, wait, no, 'cause I think they saw it on my scroll.
Up to you if I say it or not.
Nah.
Okay. Yeah, your time spent with them, one of their members spent some time educating you about the history of the Shattered Isles and how it used to be a part of the Islands of Rain before it fell. And that whole story. And about some of the stuff of the Islands of Rain, including the fact that many and even most of the animals there grow to ridiculous sizes. It's one of the things that it's known for. Yes,
So
that
it's
is
still
the
like
case.
that. But is it on the Shattered Isles or just the Isles of Rain?
It is not in the Shattered Isles. That is a part of, from what you were taught, it is a part of the same magic aura that holds the Islands of Rain in the sky.
Okay. I mean, that's not the case, like, here in the Shattered Isles. But in the Islands of Rain that are still floating, yeah, no, like, from what I've been told, the animals are still absolutely massive.
Well, if that's still the case, I assume a lot of other things still hold true. I have a few spots I'll want to visit once I get up there. And he kind of glances up in the general direction of where you can see the shadow of the cable from the Skybridge Temple up to the Islands of Rain. But for now, we are working together. So, do you have a place to stay for us to work together? We'll need paper, ink, tables, preferably quiet.
Yeah, the group I'm with, I only knew them for like 2 days, and then we went into the woods, and that was, she counts on her fingers. I don't know, like 3-4 days ago? I don't know. I don't know, maybe it's been like half a week. Because weeks are 12 days?
11,
Or 14
yes.
days? 11?
11.
Okay. It's been like, I don't know, like a half a week or so.
Understandable.
But yeah, there was a hotel that we went to. I do have some stuff that I was going to try and like sell and get money for. She's gonna pull out the bluish sword. Is this just a regular blue sword, or does it have like anything on it? And she just kind of hands it out because she doesn't fucking know.
Reminder as to where you got it.
Whenever we were in the sarcophagus, and there are the bones. Whenever we were going back, so I could like fly Ruben out of there, I was following the wall, found a sword, yanked it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so Alwyn kind of takes the sword in his hand, flicks it, and there's a single, like, clear piercing note that kind of shimmers out in almost like a visible sphere before kind of condensing back into a single point and beginning to pulse along the blade of it, just as like a fine shifting arcane film, similar to the orange that you saw across the doorways in Zephyrion, but of a gray color. And he says, we'll find out within 10-ish minutes. The spell takes time to understand the magic.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I pull out the little magic charm chime thing.
You need to identify that as well?
Yes. We got it from somewhere near the portal with the spicy water. It was electric.
Right.
Boogie, woogie.
Okay. Yes, I know what that is. That is a sort of like a universal knocker. Chime of opening is what it's called. You can, if there's a door or a locked gate or whatever, a device that opens that is locked and you want it to be unlocked, you just ring the chime at it. Typically works 10 times. I saw it used once that I know of, so you should have 9 more uses of it left. If it's a typical example of the item.
As Eterna suddenly thinks about all the ways she can break into people's houses or something.
I will say, if
I now
there's
have
more than one
the master
lock,
key.
if there's more than one lock on a door or a box or whatever, each chime will only open one lock. So, and while it's not loud, it is a little bit piercing. So, picking the lock might be a little more sneaky.
I am very good at picking locks. Also, I have some weird stone/metal tools written down with Smith in parentheses or the question mark.
Okay, that'd be the same metallic stone stuff that Jin had that I had to ask
Were
about.
they Smith's tools? Because the question mark has me thrown off.
They would not be. I don't think I gave you guys Smith's tools.
Honestly, I don't know. But I just have Smith with a question mark.
The question here is that a note telling you where to go to figure out what to do with the tools, or is that a note telling you what the tools are?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking Alwyn/you.
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking Eden/you. You're the one who took the note.
I think they may have been Smith's tools, but I don't know because you said that you don't know why you would give us Smith's tools.
I don't think I gave you specifically like a set of Smith's tools. I'll check a video on it. Also, Tyler, remind me to send you videos after this session.
Alright.
But yeah, we can skip over that for now and take care of it between sessions.
Yeah, I think I know. It was in the session where I got the weird pulse thing liquid. I think it's one of the more recent videos that's been posted on YouTube.
In the like with the revenants, where Crimshaw crawled through the hole in the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Those are embalming tools.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Embalming tools.
Yeah. Specifically designed to manipulate cadavers.
What does that even mean?
Dav.
A cadaver is a body, a corpse.
Okay, yeah, but like to manipulate it, does that mean to like move it or like puppet?
To
Almost
like
a puppet.
cut it open and make it look pretty and like
Okay.
remove the things that would decay and prepare it for burial.
Because I'm like, manipulate has
Mortician.
multiple meanings.
It's mortician bullshit.
Okay. I'm like, do I have like haunted cadaver tools?
Yes, you have a screwdriver that you can use to fucking Leonardo da Vinci puppet a dead bunny. Specifically one named Leo. It only
What?
works on him.
Hey, wait a second.
And then you said I have 9 locks I can do, probably.
Yes. The chime of opening with 9 uses left.
Yes. Neat. Yeah, I think those are the last of my weird things that I wanted to know what they were.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
Alwyn, what the fuck was that, like, sea monster, whatever the fuck, in the water
That is a
where
very
this
good
chime was?
That, I'm not sure I have an answer for that.
Because it was having a fit whenever I deafened it.
Creatures that dwell in darkness have a lot more use for hearing and smell typically than they do for sight. Humanoids tend to be the exception with their dark vision, and of course there are plenty of creatures that have dark vision as well, but a lot of creatures will rely on hearing in order to be able to sense what's around them. So if it was one of those types of creatures and you deafened it, you also blinded it, and I doubt it's necessarily familiar with that experience.
Well, I did it because I thought it was going to try and eat me.
It
And I didn't want to
probably
find
would.
out.
Probably would.
But I just figured I'd see if that was some, like, weird guardian fish monster.
That was not something that I ever had the misfortune to interact with. I did hear it yelling. That was almost messed up a spell I was casting at the time. Very distracting.
Yeah, I was trying to not die.
Good to see you succeeded.
But yeah, do you mind if we head to a store then, so I can try and like, what's that place that they dragged me to? Something really stupid and expensive. Mythro Miracles. That's run by that Dom Roderick, salty piece of shit guy.
The Archpraetor that we just had
Yes.
a meal with.
Yes.
Good to see your respect for authority is still intact. Lead the way.
You know me so well. While we walk there, I'm gonna like give him like a short recap on like the whole portal thing and why I have such disdain for authority.
Okay. How much of your backstory are you gonna get into?
Just the whole, yeah, no, I hate authority because this general was a sack of shit. And then he did this, and then I was stuck there forever.
You're gonna tell him like specifically who the general was and where the place that you were stuck with. Okay.
Yeah.
So, not leaving anything out, but painting in broad strokes.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. While that's happening, let's jump to Shalex. You're the only person who hasn't had a turn yet.
Nice.
You're right, I haven't had a turn.
Sad.
Hey, Alan, what would you like to do? Okay, it's done. Shalex, your turn.
Alright. First thing I need to know is whether or not Eterna would have said the thing that she heard in her voice to the party, in her head to the party. Where about that information being forbidden.
She wouldn't have, but I'm pretty sure that whenever like she like took her hand off, like before, like after like it kept building and she took her hand off, she said something about I guess the world's just not ready for that. And like a very like self like depreciating like melancholy kind of way, and then just kind of walked away while y'all were like the pillar.
Pilly, no!
No.
That's gonna change everything I'm gonna do. So,
Tyler, you didn't appreciate that reference nearly as much as I did.
Boo-hoo.
I would like to try to modify my bow.
Okay. Are there any modifications on it right now, or is it just a standard longbow?
Standard longbow.
Okay.
Because I'm dirt poor, I am gonna add dirt to it.
It is now dirty.
Then I'm gonna use Druidcraft to try to get some of my mold arrows onto it. The mold from my mold arrows onto the bow.
How many mold arrows do you have?
I have 8.
Okay. How many are you wanting to use?
Half.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a wisdom check. Since wisdom is your spellcasting modifier as a druid.
Yes. I can roll this on.
It's an ability check, so you can absolutely roll this IRL.
Ooh, it's a great number.
Is it a 3?
It's a 2.
Aw. Was close. So what's the total?
Total would be 5.
Total's 5?
Yes.
You're having a hard time transferring the mold. Especially like out here in the sunlight, the mold is already struggling.
Right.
And like trying to transfer it, it's not working. It's not like
the right conditions for that particular species of mold to grow.
Alright, so I lose 4.
Yes, they become normal arrows.
That's fine. Let's see. I have a diamond I would like to try to sell. But just as I have a diamond I would like to try to sell.
Okay. When I gave you that diamond, I should have given you a value with it.
No, you didn't give it to me. The Eterna gave it to me.
Okay. When I gave it to Eterna, it should have had a value with it.
Eterna, what's the value of this diamond?
Seven.
Eterna, do you remember giving Shalix a diamond? R.I.P. Eden? Question mark?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to do, Shalix?
We'll
put a hold on that until Eden gets back.
Yeah. How far is my grandfather's place?
Like on the other side of the world, kind of. Yeah, you're in the Shattered Isles, which is a set of 4 tropical islands, and the place that you're talking about is on the is a part of the Northern Kingdoms. It's on the other side of the Fearlands.
So what you're saying is a couple days flight. Got it. Honestly, Sherlock doesn't have much to do.
Okay.
Sherlock would kind of look for some work to do.
Look for some work to do?
Anything with leather, they're really good.
Okay. Well, there's definitely plenty of that work to go around. Given, like, leather fittings from all of the, battlefield looting that has happened in the past few days. So I'm not gonna make you roll to, like, get a job or anything. Go ahead and roll a d20, roll at advantage.
D20 at advantage. $14.
14. Okay. I will say, I don't know how many days the party is going to spend in Lithostein Harbor, but I will say that as long as they spend less than 11, so like up to 10 days, you can make 14 gold a day doing leatherworking.
It was nice to meet y'all.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you too.
Less than 14 days, and less than 11 days.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how many days the party is gonna spend hanging out in Lithostein Harbor before they leave. But for the next 10 days, you have a job that pays 14 gold a day.
Cool.
Doing leather work. Right.
Leatherwork is fun.
Leather work is fun. Eterna, did you give Shalix a diamond?
I'm pretty sure I gave it to either Shalix or Hansu.
Okay.
I definitely gave it to someone.
Do you remember what the value associated with that diamond was? Because Shalix did not write it down.
1 diamond worth 100 gold.
Okay. So yeah, I will allow you to liquidate that at like base price if you'd like to.
Yes, I get it.
Cool. Swap it out.
Delete the diamond.
Yeah, sorry, I went to go steal snacks and I met one of my other sweetmeats.
Lit.
And you didn't give us snacks?
My Micah necks are mine.
How dare you not bring the DM snacks to D&D?
How much?
How dare you not even be in the same state?
How much is a +1 longbow?
Depends on who you buy it from. Typically between 400, 500-ish.
Alright, how about a +1 shield?
Same.
Same.
Yeah.
Alright.
+1 shield tends towards the higher end of that. +1 longbow, if you were really lucky, you might could find one for 350.
Got it.
Joke's on him. If he asked for the ruby instead of the diamond, he would have one. Ha 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 ha.
Nice. Poisoner's kit.
Ooh. Okay.
Could I get one?
I would say yes.
Yes.
Because this is a adventuring based town. And poisons
They don't judge.
can definitely be used as a part of adventuring.
So I'm
So
gonna be on the watch list.
you will be on a watch list, but you can buy one if you would like.
Alright. I'll go look for one. I also want to find mushrooms that are, or fungus that are alive, not dead.
Oh boy.
I also want to try to find a backpack where I can modify it so that I could have growing mushrooms in there.
Okay. Poisoner's Kit is going to run you 60 gold. I will say it takes you half a day, so 7 gold off of your job to find the mushrooms that you're looking for.
7.
And you said you're going to try to get the mushrooms to grow on the inside of the bag.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a nature check if you don't mind.
Nature. That I can do. Bigger than a 2. Go. Bigger than a 2.
That is bigger than a 2.
It's not growing.
Yeah, they're not growing very well. They have not all died.
But like they're not really doing very well.
Okay.
If you want to try again, I will allow you to, but it'll be at disadvantage.
Yeah, I think I could do better than this. Let me try this again. If I rip the bag here and make a hole there, letting air in but not light. Yeah, 13.
13. Let's get a little bit more specific. What type of mushrooms did you find? Were you looking for edible mushrooms, poisonous mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms, or none of the above mushrooms?
I was looking for a mushroom that if I fed it enough liquid, it would absorb it and it would transfer the properties of that liquid.
Like when you
Edible.
put celery in like dyed water and it turned like red dyed water.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so pretty much any old mushroom.
Any old mushroom is fine.
Yeah. 13 will be just fine for that. You now have a bag of living mushrooms. That sounds like it would make a really cool magic item. Like the bag of cats from, what was it, last campaign? Just
yeah.
pull out a tiny sentient mushroom that starts like waddling around throwing fire bolts.
All right.
That'd be adorable.
I would also like to try and find poison material, different types.
There are generally there's a few different types of things that you can use to make poisons included with the poisoner's kit.
I'm looking more specific. I'm looking like for paralyzation, for hallucinogenic poisons, and just specialized version of regular stuff.
Okay, so the poisoner's kit you can use to make what is called basic poison in the game rules, along with theoretically some other things that you can apply to one slashing or piercing weapon or up to 3 pieces of ammunition. Applying it takes an action. Creature hit by the poison weapon or ammunition must make a DC 10 con save or take 1d4 poison damage, and the poison retains potency for 1 minute before drying off. And you can make 10 of those with the poisoner's kit, in addition to potentially making others.
Right.
There are other types of poisons, some of which you can make with the poisoner's kit, some of which you can't. Or, I should say, some of which I would allow you to make with the poisoner's kit, and some of which I would not allow you to make with the poisoner's kit.
Right.
What you're looking for?
I have alchemy.
You're looking for paralyzing?
Paralyzing, yeah.
Any other particular effects that you're looking for? Talon says.
I'm also looking for a hallucinogenic that would either blind or deafen someone.
You're looking for poisons that will disable as opposed to just damage.
Yes.
Okay. Page
Status
257.
effects, not damage. I see Eden's light turn on, but I don't hear Eden. So I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, no, it's because I'm not talking. It's just that, like, you can hear my roommates opening and closing the drawers in the kitchen.
Amazing. Roll a
Yes.
roll a nature or survival check.
Ooh, survival. I'll definitely do survival.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't roll, Alan. Alan, I can't roll.
Damn.
Everything hates me.
Everything does hate you. You even
My
rolled in
die-
real life, and real life
My
hates you
die
too.
rolled a 2.
This is what you get for being late. You made the D&D
I rolled
gods
another
angry.
2. I rolled another 2. Alan.
Okay.
You made the D&D gods angry with your tardiness.
With an 8, I will give you one. I'll give you one idea. So go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
5.
Who turned into a car?
It was me.
Absolutely wrong. It was me. I turned into a red Camaro.
Liar.
Okay. One poison that you've heard of. You would not be able to make this with a poisoner's kit, but one poison that you've heard of is a oil of Taggart,
Oil of Taggart.
which was made particularly famous by a doctor by the name of Taggart who used it as an anesthetic, and it's a contact poison. So just like typically rubbed under the nose, or like on particular parts of skin with a lot of blood vessels near the surface. You could also inject it. It's supposedly less effective that way, though. But it's able to put someone to sleep for up to 24 hours, depending on. I mean, it is resistible, but. If you're looking for status effects, that's one thing that you could think to make.
Yeah, that's perfect. But I can't make this with poisoners kits.
You would not be able to make that with the poisoner's kit. It requires pretty specific ingredients. And those ingredients, I'll say, would run you maybe about 250 gold.
250. Okay.
Yeah, for you to be able to make one dose.
And okay. For now, I'll just try making a regular poison.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to make a dose of basic poison. Make a note on your poisoner's kit that it has 9 uses left.
9. Okay. And
add 1 basic poison. Yeah, if you search up basic poison, it should
It should appear on
Yeah.
the thing. Now the other thing I want to try to do is infuse one of my mushrooms with basic poison.
Okay. I will say, in order to do that, I'm gonna have you roll a d8. Pick 3 numbers that will be successes.
Oh, D8, and I gotta pick 3 numbers. Let me see a D8. I love D8s. They're the best. I'm gonna go with 8, with 1 because the way I'm rolling, and you guys, what number should I pick? I got 2 to 7. Which one do I pick?
4.
7.
4.
I heard both 7 and 4. Anybody have any suggestions?
Let me
No?
let me rephrase. I am actually going to roll this, and I will tell you if you succeeded, like after a couple of in-game days.
Got it. Then I choose 4.
Okay. So 1, 8, or 4.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully that's the last time I have to make poison.
Wikidot got hacked by the Russians.
Did it actually?
What?
Yeah.
Oh
If you go to like
no!
their page.
Oh no! Oh
Yeah, 'cause I was trying
no!
to look up Artificer stuff. But they've been hit by hackers, so it's going to be down until at least Monday.
Oh no.
It's big sad.
That is big sad. Fuck the Russians.
Facts.
Okay. Anything else, Sherlock, or are we done?
I'm pretty sure I'm done.
Let me hop back to Jin and Poya then. So, you guys were discussing if you were going to try to find the weapons that Thaliard had commissioned.
Yeah.
Did you get anywhere messaging Owen with that?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah?
I totally did that, and I totally did not just forget that I was supposed to do that, and I think I said that. But don't worry. I'm gonna
You're gonna
drag
resend a
Jin-
message to him because he didn't answer, right?
Yep. Thanks, Jordan. You sure know me.
That's what helping someone else roll a deception check looks like. By the way,
Thanks for the advantage.
Let's go.
Nat 1 and like a 16.
But yeah, we're gonna go to the. They're in the tavern. They work at the tavern, don't they? The Thaliard's sad friend and shit.
Before we leave, I'm gonna like put a sticky note on like the floor that we were just on and say we'll be back later. I don't know when.
I hope a lot of people are already stepping on it and shit.
I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah, we're off.
To the Tav.
Alright, so you guys are headed to the last grotto bar.
Yep.
Okay. It's a decent, like, it's a few miles out, so decent 10-minute hike.
And I was really waiting for you to say half an hour. I would have laughed.
No, it's only 3 miles out.
Yeah.
And like average hiking speed is 1.5 miles an hour, so I'm assuming that you're not like pressing for time. You guys are just kind of strolling in that general direction.
Yeah.
10 minutes is pretty reasonable. Well, the math that I just said was entirely wrong, but I'm gonna stick with 10 minutes anyways because it makes sense for me. Yeah, you get up to the last grotto bar.
Yep.
Stepping in, the bar is not very busy. There's a few patrons in some of the like alcoved off tables, but as far as like the main bar or like the center area, mostly empty. There are a couple of tabaxis chilling out in the tidal pool, but beyond that, just you and a few other groups. The tavern keeper, Xander, is standing behind the bar, kind of raises a hand as you guys enter. Welcome back. I wasn't entirely sure if you guys had survived or not. Hadn't heard a lot of news.
I'm surprised I survived too.
Yeah, the same.
Well, I'm pleased. Jin, right? And Poyo.
Wow, you
Yeah.
actually remember their names.
I'm surprised I remember my name.
It's a particular name.
Oh, thank you. But hey,
Just talking to me?
No.
oh,
No.
Damn it.
Jin is
ah,
a
I
take
tried.
respectable
that,
name.
Jin.
I
Ah.
tried.
But hey, Zan. Can I call you Zan?
I would
You already
prefer
did.
you call me Xander.
Okay, dear. Okay, I'll call you Xander.
He just
Buzz.
sighs.
But Z,
What if you say the Zan part and I say the Der part?
you have to do it like
Don't do
perfect
that.
every time. What?
Okay,
Oh,
yeah, okay. Okay, we'll try it once. And if it doesn't work, then we won't do it again.
Zan.
Der.
No.
But Xander, I wanted to ask you something, which I totally did remember, by the way, and wasn't just gonna leave it here. But did you know that before you know, before do you remember that he commissioned a dagger, a dragon dagger?
We discussed that at one point, but it wasn't a dagger, it was 2 short swords.
Oh. Man, maybe I do have memory short loss.
You sure do, bud. You sure do.
That or being knocked down, being fucking knocked on the head for the past couple of days did something. I don't know.
Concussions really do a number.
But yeah,
I do like concussions.
he
But you-
mentioned he spoke to the folks over at the Mytho Miracles about getting some weapons made.
The funny thing,
What?
Jin, we could have just stayed.
What? Hey, wait.
We could have just. The funny thing,
Wait,
Jin,
so-
it's
hold
all
on a
about the
second.
journey. It's all about the journey, Jin. It's all about the journey.
What? Wait a second.
It's all about the journey.
Don't
Not
tell
about
me.
the
You guys
destination.
just came from Mytho Miracles, didn't you?
No. Yes.
I'm leaving.
And a drink for your journey?
You know what? You can have my drink.
Alright.
I need to go
but
see a
I will,
doctor.
maybe later.
I need to go see a doctor.
Are you guys going to be staying here tonight?
Probably,
Alright.
but it There might be a chance we might leave early. Cause you know.
Well, I will hold a room for you guys. Tell Thalia
Thank
to
you.
stop by when you get a chance.
Huh?
Wait, oh wait. Let's just leave. Okay, thank you for your hospitality.
Jin just pushes me out as I'm just
Yeah.
have like a fucking like this entire
I'm gonna
time.
roll an insight check for Xander.
And this entire time, Thad was the fucking portal actually led to the fucking last
I rolled a
grotto.
nat 1 on insight. Xander has
Oh.
no idea. Yeah, I'll say as you guys are walking back out of the cave, you kind of hear an echo of Xander just kind of muttering to himself. Man, they're really excited for those swords. So you head back to Mean Miracles.
Yep.
Can I bump into them?
Sure.
Ow! Fuck!
Ow!
Ow!
Watch where you go,
Ow, the
little.
amount
Oh,
of
wait, hi.
concussions I had in a short amount of time. Oh my god.
Let me knock that down as another concussion. I think we're at 10.
Ah!
Oh, yo, you stabbed me.
What do you mean? What did I stab? Oh yeah. You can just fucking. What do you mean? You can just, scratch that off. You know.
I take it out and I scratch him with his own quill.
Alex,
Thanks,
I
I get
hate the thing you sent me.
Poyo, you take 0.3 points of damage.
Oh, I mean,
Can I take
mark
points
that
of
on my character
damages?
sheet.
I want the damages.
I unfortunately do not have any damages for you.
No.
Oh.
How could this happen?
So, you guys want to see something cool?
I'm already looking at it.
Thank you.
Just
I showed them my backpack with the mushrooms that are kind of dying in there, really, but they're still alive.
Yeah.
oh, these look really cool. Thanks for showing them to us.
I'm gonna make them kind of grow poison, and then with my druid craft, I'll make it spore. And when they spore up, I can dab arrows in there, and infinite poison arrows. I mean, as long as I have infinite arrows.
I don't think that's infinite then. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh. Anyway, I wanted to see how much I could get for this, and I pull out the javelin of lightning. And apparently,
Whoa.
Yeah.
Man, that's a long rod.
That is a long rod.
It's pointy too. It's like his quills, and I scratch him with the javelin.
Lower. Oh, that's bad.
Alright, you miss Poyo and accidentally hit Jin. Jin, you take 0.03 points of damage.
0.03, got it.
Yeah. Make sure you mark that down. It's going to be very important.
Very important.
Very important.
Is it repeating or no?
Unfortunately, no.
It's just continuous though.
Okay, I'm at 35.97 health.
Nice. All right. So you guys know these people? They good deals. I saw the diamond.
I know where all the good deals are, and when I say good deals, I mean expensive deals that they give us on.
I still have the
Gamazon.com.
shield. I still have the shield. I want to see also if they can modify it so that I can use my longbow with it. Because at the moment I have to drop it and then aim my longbow, and then it takes me a whole while to put it back on. It's a whole.
What?
hassle.
Okay, hold on a second. What if you make the javelin into a transition javelin so it can transition into a bow? And then it's also lightning bow. Boom, done, genius.
I can throw a bow and then turn into lightning.
Wait, what? Wait, I don't think we're communicating on the same level right now.
That's what this does. And I like aimed directly up and I chuck it and I activate the word.
I will never see it again.
Well, I did it straight up, so it's gonna come straight down. That's how gravity.
Oh god, everyone run!
Okay, so what happens is, because where I'm seeing this, you're just kind of like walking down the street having this conversation.
Yeah, in the middle of a busy street.
Not super busy, but there are definitely other people here.
I just yell out 4.
Roll a d10. If you roll a 4, it hits someone.
Okay, I just...
We're gonna get kicked out.
It rolled 2 times 4. It hits nobody.
You hit 2 people instead.
Yeah, hole in one.
You hit one person, but it was actually 2 gnomes in a trench coat.
Double bogey.
Jin, point of inspiration. That was
Let's go.
inspired. Love that.
Yeah, I run to pick it back up.
Yeah.
And says like,
Basically, he like Shalix just chucks it in the air, and it like the world around it kind of like dims for a second as it just turns into this bolt of lightning, shoots up about 100 feet in the air. Ruben just slowly falls down, and then quickly falls down and impacts the pavement and gets stuck. And so you're able to just like pick it up like a staff, like pulling a knife out of a table.
Up. I'm not very strong. Jim.
It takes both hands for you to get it out of the pavement.
All right. So I want to see how much that is. I want to see if there's some way they could modify the shield or something so I can use the shield and my bow at the same time.
Well, luckily we're going to a place that can do that.
They can?
Probably.
100% guarantee? Thank you.
Well, I never said that. You said that. I
You
didn't.
guaranteed it.
I never said those words.
As a DM, I now feel legally obligated to tell Shalix no, just for the humor potential.
All right.
Like I feel like I have to make this not allowed to happen anymore, just because it'd be funny.
You know what? I can do it. I have the ability.
You can? 100%
I can
guarantee?
arcane it.
Arcane, like that famous Netflix series?
I just
Aw, you
One
jinxed
with-
it.
The one that has the color violet. Let's go.
We have a
Man, you double
party
jinxed it.
member that made a robot.
Hey, wait. You're not allowed to say that word. You just powdered it. Ha ha Alright, I just lost it. Point of inspiration there.
That's what you use your inspiration for.
Yeah. Alright. Let's go to the place.
Yep.
The place where miracles happen.
No, the word
Are they
mythical.
mithril?
They are mithril, yes.
What if they're not mithril? What if there's something else? What if I want something that's not a mithril miracle? What if I want an adamantine miracle?
Well, they do that too.
What if I want a stone blessing?
That's hot topic.
That's
You
in
mean
Walmart?
not profit?
Or like not
And on that note, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Cause,
Hooray.
bruh. Be back in 5 minutes.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm gonna take 6 minutes.
Well,
I already
If I had a nickel for every goddamn time.
But I started a minute.
I'd
ago,
have a nickel.
So I'm good.
is that why you're dirt poor?
I'm not.
I'm dirt poor because I choose to be.
42
Uh-huh.
gold. Okay.
Don't worry, it's gonna be a lot worse once I hit play.
Is the break over, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
bless you.
You're welcome.
Alright, so Jin, Poyo, and Shalek, you guys head back into Mithril Miracles. It is approximately the same amount of crowded. Shalek, this is a lot of people for you. This is like... It's a little bit stressful.
Oh no. I like put the shield up slightly.
Quick, use Jin as a battering ram.
What are you gonna ram me into?
That's
Every
for you
single
to find out.
customer.
That's for you to find out. That's part of the fun. That's part of the surprise.
So yeah, you got about maybe 5 minutes left before your items are supposed to be like identified and stuff.
Alright, is my thing still there?
Your sticky note, long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone.
Oh!
Where did you even get the sticky note?
He conjured it from the ether.
He just looked a piece of paper and just slapped it on it.
It's not really a sticky note. It's a fucking napkin from the last grotto.
So people.
Hey Blaze!
People are indeed here.
Blaze, I know you're busy, but Blaze, I know you can hear things multiple at once. I
Go.
think. Blaze!
After a few moments, Blaze eventually like bounds over to you, transforming into a flame and like hopping over in between the crowd before like whoosh in front of you guys. Yeah, sorry, just finished with that customer. What can I do for you?
Hey Blaze,
Hey.
hey buddy oh pal, buddy oh chum, buddy oh friendo.
I don't have the time for this banter.
I'm sorry. But
Normally I'd be all for it, but
yeah, you seem kind of crowded here. Anyway, did those two short swords, I believe, that fucking Thaliard commissioned ready? Cause it's been, I think it's been a couple weeks now, a bit more.
not a couple
More or
weeks.
less.
Not a couple weeks, not for sure. Let me check on that. And he like bounds
think-
away.
It's been like exactly 1 week.
How long has been Thaliard, Leo, and fucking Gilda been dead?
I'm sure it does fly when people are dead.
I mean,
1
time sure
week,
is really
1
wobbly when a week is 11 days.
1 week, 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
Guys, I'm casting a dragon.
That's Kindle. Get away from him.
I cast Kindle
No.
Why are you still playing Wizard 101?
because I wanted to kill some people first. Alright. I did it.
Dumbass. It's not gonna make any sense in context because I'm
People
gonna
can use
remove
their imagination.
I'm gonna remove the part where you mentioned Wizard 101.
Are you gonna,
Shit,
are you
no.
gonna take out this part too?
It depends how far it goes, how long it goes.
Alright,
And
guys, we
I
just have to
remember-
talk about Wizard 101 for 10 more minutes, and then we can ruin the video that no one's
Wizard
going to talk
102,
about.
Wizard 103.
Yo, okay, well, hold on a second. Wizard 102 is Pirate 101, though. Bro, that was some wacky stuff.
Anyways, after a moment, Jin,
Then you die.
you die.
Finally, bro.
Finally.
Yeah, that .03 damage, it was doubling every second, so you're now dead.
Wait, I should have been dead a while ago.
Yeah, actually. I don't know how you survived that long. Anyways, yeah. After a minute, Blaze kind of like bounds back over to you guys. Okay, so, funny story. Those were supposed to have been done, and they were done, and they're not where they're supposed to be. And oh, I see what's going on. Hold on, just 1 second. And he like doesn't even like transform into like the bolt of flame anymore. He just like pushes through the crowd to where you see one of the customers in Mithra Miracles right now is currently holding them and is like about to exchange money with someone to buy them.
Oh my god.
And Blaze just like steps in the middle of that, and after like a solid 3 minutes of shouting and this like disgruntled elderly frickin' what's the elderly hare rabbit folk with like his two sons just like
Don't talk to me
angrily
like that ever again.
walk away from this store.
Can I speak to your manager?
And Blaze returns with the two swords. Oh, the news was that Thaliard died, so we I guess someone put these on display to sell them. I am very sorry about that. Yeah, here. And he just like gingerly hands them to you.
Nice.
I'm not 100% sure if those were fully paid by Thaliard or not, but I'm not going to worry about it.
Let's just assume it is.
Sorry for the trouble. And for your
All
loss.
under the rug.
And, yeah. Anything else I can do for you?
Well, our friend here needs something about something that they were talking about that I don't really remember. I'll remember in a week, don't worry.
I'm going to pretend I know why that is.
I remember it in 2 seconds.
I'm going to pretend I don't know why that is.
Alright, well, here's your person to talk to, Shalix.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Blaze. Blaze Adlana.
Shalix. I was wondering if you could please
Hey.
do something.
Hey. Come down. I know it's like crowded and chaotic and ridiculous in here. Stressing about it is not going to help. It's just going to make it worse.
Okay.
Yeah, Jin.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Okay. So I've been having problems with having a shield and a longbow. Can't really use both. Wanted to see if there was anything you can do to help me out with that.
You watch as Blaze kind of like flicks a hand out and is like, he kind of like holds a hand out and like with a minor illusion spell, like a set of blueprints like just appears on his hand and he starts like scrolling through, and he like grabs one and like blows it up. He says, "Okay, so I have been planning this weapon for like a year and a half, and the smiths told me they would never make it, but you are specifically asking for a longbow shield." Yes! Okay, so, and he basically jumps into this whole description of like a metal bow where the center hand, like there's a center handle that you can hold to like shoot the bow from. But but you can also like it's braced against your arm, like the leather bracer that you would normally wear to when you're shooting a bow. Although Shalex, you probably don't need that just because of being a gem genasi.
Right.
You don't have skin.
Yeah, but like typically they wear a leather bracer on the inside of their forearm. The bow is like braced against that, such that if you rotate your wrist, the bow expands into like a full, like big umbrella-sized shield, and you can like twist it back and forth to expand it into a shield or turn it back into a bow to shoot.
That is perfect. How much is it?
Well, the smiths are give me an offer, preferably a higher offer, so that I can hopefully convince the smiths to actually go through with this.
Okay. I turn around. Give me 1 second. I turn around to Pollo and Jizz, and I say, how much do we have?
Well, Jin, of course, has nothing. Because apparently
Okay,
he didn't sell,
he
didn't sell anything yet.
No. Shut the fuck up, okay? Let
No,
me speak
fuck
about
you.
my money. Let me speak
No,
about
you
my
told me
money.
that you didn't have
In
any
terms of-
money,
no,
Jin.
in
You
terms of
told
money-
no.
no,
You
no.
told me you had
No.
no money.
No, in terms of money, I have no money.
Sure.
But in terms of things I can sell for money, I have things to sell for money.
What do you have?
Well, we have to wait for my appraisal to be done. Also, I have this onyx chest that I got from the Alcazar thing.
Oh, you're about to say
Uh-huh.
Owl House.
From
Yeah, I
the
got this
outside.
chest from the Owl House.
Yeah.
Owl House.
Alabaster.
Yeah, I got that chest. I got that onyx chest for him. I got his oil. I got that mace thing that I'm having appraised right now.
Mhm.
So hopefully that's like 20 million gold.
Hopefully.
So I think we're set.
Do you have
Yeah.
any raw ingredients, raw material?
I have raw material, but I'm not gonna give it to you.
Pollo, how much do we have?
110.
110 million?
No.
That'll be enough.
No.
Okay.
Well, I do have an eye shield that I could just sell.
I turn around and I say, alright, so, in terms of gold, we have apparently very little. But, we have plenty of items willing to trade and barter, and, well, I take out the Javelin of Lightning. This would be one of them. It has sustained lots of you, and it's still perfectly great.
Blaze kind of like flicks a mote of fire at the javelin that just and like the slowly like just starts crawling, like this ember that's just like crawling along the javelin. After a moment, the ember. Yeah, that that enchantment has seen quite a bit of use, actually. Fraying at the edges. But that is something, and some people prefer a little bit frayed enchantments, especially on weapons like that, because enchantments when they break, it's usually quite spectacular, and on a weapon like that, the enchantment would break at the enemy, which is usually ideal.
Yes.
So.
You're so lucky that it did not break last time I used it.
You didn't use this in the city, did you?
Anyways, okay, I have
Oh
some stuff.
my god.
No, he didn't. No, I didn't.
We
He didn't.
literally have been rebuilding like a third of the city
for the past few days, and we are still doing. Are you trying
But,
to get yourself
listen,
thrown into?
We saved the city. Listen.
That
we
doesn't
saved
give
the
you
city.
the right to destroy it.
I didn't say. I didn't. That's not
we
what I
no, we get
implied.
a free pass,
No.
right?
We
I'm
get a
gonna
free
try-
pass. No charge.
Nothing
Take
bad
that.
happened. It's all good.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
I have a get out of jail free card right here.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for Eterna to just walk in and look down at all of you and
We're
be
all
like,
getting
"What?"
arrested.
Excuse me? Are you looking down at me? I don't think you are.
It's the only way she can look at you.
Excuse me, how tall are you?
7'8".
Alright, you're looking down.
I remember back then in the
Yeah,
campaign
Eterna was
one,
already
I was
tall, and then got hit by a wild magic surge that made her even taller.
So
She got
I
more
have. Let's
Remind
see.
me.
Let's see what I have really fast. I have that.
I do have the word tall. So
No, you don't. Not
oh,
anymore.
wait, no, that was the
Javelin,
bunny
I
guy.
have a shield.
Funny guy.
I have their shield that I can sell back to them for a reduced price.
Wait, hold on.
Are you talking about the spiked kite, or
Yes.
yeah? Ah, yes.
I got this mysterious fish oil blue potion.
I got this eye shield. Eye for an eye.
That-
Eh?
That is actually a decent enchantment. I recognize that item. We used to sell a decent number of those. That eye actually works. I don't know how to explain enchantments. Hold on a second. I'm a lot better with like instant magic. And of course I know the tidbit about like enchantments falling apart because that's fun and cool and it's something that I always looked for back when I was an adventurer.
That's my day.
Hey, it might happen anytime.
Anytime now. That's called a sentinel shield. Yeah. Makes you see better, react better.
Oh.
Like I said, the eye actually works.
Huh.
Yeah.
Alright,
So
so
how
I
much
have
for it?
So that is a decent shield. We'd probably buy it for 400.
10 million.
I unfortunately do not have access to those kinds of funds.
Okay,
If I
400.
did, I would not be working as a store clerk.
You know what? That's fair.
Would it be possible to transfer that enchantment to the shield?
That would.
No, that will cost
Maybe.
10 billion.
The difficulty with that is the enchantment depends on the depiction of the eye on the front of the shield. So with a collapsing shield, it might not work.
It's just sleepy though. That's why.
Like you would be closing the eye, and this design also includes like it's a very big shield. So it's like it's a lot easier to carry when it's collapsed. So not really sure how much use you would get out of that.
All right.
Alright, I have
Alright, so in total, this is what we have.
well
This
I
is
have
no
some stuff.
shield.
Hold on a second.
Well, you said you weren't gonna give me any.
I said I wasn't gonna give you the raw materials, but I still have items.
So sentinel shield, we have the lightning javelin.
I have this onyx chest here, and I'll place the alabaster oil that I have. And then I have one more thing that's being appraised upstairs that should be done about now.
Is the alabaster oil the thing that they used to kill the guy?
I don't know. I kind
No.
of forgot, but
So alabaster's oil is what you found in that chest.
What's it do?
we're about to find out.
Do you not remember? I think I told you.
You probably did.
Yeah, I thought the oil was like something that was supposed to kill him or something, but then we just also just like,
Yeah,
Killed
I
him.
asked about that and I was told no.
It was supposed to be able to allow him to die.
Oh, well, we don't need it anymore.
What it does is, if applied to a ethereal person by someone capable of touching that ethereal person, which there has to be like a personal emotional attachment there, then it will permanently turn that person who is ethereal into a corporeal form. It'll make them solid permanently.
Oh, nice.
If applied to a solid person or potentially a solid object as well, it can grant the effects of the etherealness spell for 1 hour.
Cool.
So you should look up on the wiki to, oh wait.
Russia.
A
What?
wiki. What's a
Yeah.
wiki?
You should look up what the etherealness spell does. I will see if I can find it quickly in my player's handbook to read to you.
What the who about Russia?
Russia
Russia
hacked
hacked
the
Wiki.dot.
etherealness, or Russia hacked the etherealness spell.
What the hell is
Russia hacked Wikidot and
What
made,
is these words
made
he's
it not
saying?
do good.
Okay.
Which be big sad.
Quite big sad. Etherealness, 7th level transmutation. You step into the border regions of the ethereal plane, in the area where it overlaps with your current plane. You remain in the border ethereal for the duration or until you use your action to dismiss the spell. During this time, you can move in any direction. If you move up or down, every foot of movement costs an extra foot. You can see and hear the plane you originated from, but everything there looks gray, and you can't see anything more than 60 feet away. While on the ethereal plane, you can only affect and be affected by other creatures on that plane. Creatures that aren't on the ethereal plane can't perceive you and can't interact with you unless a special ability or magic has given them the ability to do so. You ignore all objects and effects that aren't on the ethereal plane, allowing you to move through objects you perceive on the plane you originated from. When the spell ends, you immediately return to the plane you originated from in the spot you currently occupy. If you occupy the same spot as a solid object or creature when this happens, you are immediately shunted to the nearest unoccupied space that you can occupy and take force damage equal to twice the number of feet you removed. This spell has no effect if you cast it while you are on the ethereal plane or a plane that doesn't border it, such as one of the outer planes. Essentially, it's a bottle of Danny Phantom.
Danny Phantom. Danny Phantom.
Handy manny. Okay.
So, knowing that, we've put up the... Alright, so we've put up the Sentinel Shield there. We've got the Lightning Javelin there. Onyx Box, and what was that other item, Jin?
I'll just set down the onyx chest that I have.
Right. Okay.
And then there's one thing upstairs being appraised. That person will tell me the number for.
Right. Okay. So I could probably do, and you can see like, Blaze just kind of like starts twiddling his fingers together, and like tossing little motes of flame between them, and to tie in from earlier, Poyo, you actually recognize this as kind of like a very temporary version of the shorthand that is used
Wow.
by a lot of the courier systems in the Shattered Isles. It's like appearing and then erasing very quickly, but you can pick up bits and pieces. You can tell he's like doing math.
Algebra.
Math.
And after a minute, he says, "Okay, okay, all right. So that is these 3 items, the way they are right now. That would probably be enough to get this made. any particular
Okay.
material you're looking for. Obviously, the standard here is mithril. But if you're wanting something different, hello, Shalix. Hello.
Sorry.
You're just kind of standing there.
Alex,
Sorry.
you kind of doze off a lot, don't ya?
Of course, it's the spores don't like it here.
Oh, you said sports. I thought you said squirrels.
So you said spores.
I was like,
Squirrels
where the
also
fuck
don't
did you
like
get a squirrel?
I found a squirrel. It's mine now.
You look over to the corner of the room. One of the customers there is a squirrel shifter and is just staring holes into your skin.
I have no skin. Wahaha! Wahaha!
Why do you think you have no skin?
I am blue. Wow. Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yeah. So, these 3 items here, all 3 of them, I can take that as an offer to the smith. They would probably be okay with that. Very excited, thank you, by the way. Did you want it to be made of mithril? Obviously, some of the internal components for the expansion, contraction, that mechanism, that'll probably be made of mithril. It's what our smiths are best with. It's the name of the store, and really good metal. Doesn't corrode or like wear down a lot at all. So
Mithril's pretty light too, right?
it is very light.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds good.
Okay. Also, one of the dwarves told me to take a look at Jin. You had raw materials. There was something that he could not identify.
Oh yeah, the marble he said.
Marbles.
Yeah.
I'll put down the dark green thing.
Okay. He kind of picks it up. Malchium.
Malchium.
Malkium. It's
Oh, yes.
Don't see a lot of it. It's a particular variation of the sort of material that the ancient core made a lot of things with. By the way, Eterna, I'm sure if I remember correctly, you were headed towards Mithril Miracles.
Yeah.
You can step in at any point within the next 10 minutes, whenever you find it comedically appropriate.
Okay.
And yes, Malchium. It's like a derivative of one of the ancient core materials they like to build with, like these metallic stones a lot. This is one of the stones that they used. It's a very, very dense, but it's also one of the reason why it's as good as it is and why it's as valuable as it is, because that is a very valuable and rare substance, is it's very easy to use transmutation magic to alter its density, like in an instant. So one of the common things, we've actually made 2 of them in the past 4 yes. One 4 years ago and one a year and a half ago. We made 2 malls out of this stuff, where they have an enchantment that it's very light when you swing it, and then you can activate it to make it suddenly heavy when it impacts something.
Ooh.
It's absolutely wild. Really great at demolishing like structures, objects, breaking down doors. I know one guy has a pickaxe made out of it, can dig 20 feet in 6 seconds. He is insane. I love him. That is a very fun material to use.
So you can make Diggy Diggy a hole.
You can, in fact, make Diggy Diggy Hole. You can make Diggy Diggy Hole and get home in time for breakfast.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. But yeah, one of our smiths said you had something that he couldn't identify, so I wanted to do that for you.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to take these 3 things to the smiths, and get them started on your shield bow. Given that you're the first person to purchase it, I, as a matter of habit, never name any of my blueprints. I keep them in my little collection of illusions here. What do you think we should call this design? Since you're the first person to use it.
A lot of pressure.
No pressure, Charlotte.
No pressure. It just has to sound cool so that when we write stories about it, it sounds cool.
Or
And
it
if
could
it doesn't
sound very
sound cool,
lame.
it'll just be lost to memory.
Okay. Thinking.
Don't overwork yourself. Jin does that all the time.
Thinking.
What?
It's just Silver going on a fucking name generator.
Oh yeah. While Shalix does that, can I ask you a
Alex is
question?
just stuck there, just thinking.
Eterna just kind of like was standing behind y'all and just kind of like leans forward. How about Blaze's Glory?
No, you can't add someone's name into that. That's too.
I love that.
Wait. This is wait.
You don't get a say in this, Jin. This is not your weapon.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
actually,
Shalix's weapon.
You're
Yeah,
paying for this. Actually, you can actually have a say in this. I take it back.
I don't.
Are you going
Don't
to
take it
veto
back.
that? Please don't veto that.
Okay, I'll veto it only if. Well, I won't veto it if you answer my one question.
I will absolutely answer your question.
All right, so I have these sickles here that are pretty damn durable. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Ancient core materials are always extra durable. That's
I was wondering if you can reshape this into some thieves' tools for me, so they can be more durable. Because my last one kind of broke to smithereens.
Well, whose fault is that?
Can I
Mine,
ask
okay?
Alwyn if he knows how to do that? Like, do the core materials?
Well, I don't trust Alwyn because Alwyn's a piece of shit.
I got
Alwyn's
it.
probably with Eterna, dumbass.
Alwyn is
got
not
it.
currently with Eterna. No.
Oh,
I
Damn.
got it.
Alan
Don't
was
worry,
in
I would have
this
said that
entire
to his
time.
damn face
Yeah.
too.
Alwyn would not
Entire
walk
time
into.
he's right behind you.
Shot.
Alwyn would not walk into the Alwyn did not want to walk into, especially Mithril Miracles, but just the magic sector in general, because he doesn't want someone to suddenly see through this kind of magic glamour that he's using.
Yeah,
Don't
cause
worry,
To-
he's just
So
he's just
like-
scrying
he's
on
just
us.
hanging out with Ursa.
Yeah, he's in stealth mode right now.
Yeah, he's just scrying on us. Don't worry.
all right, I got it. It's Blaze's guarding shot.
Eh.
Okay,
Well,
you
what-
come up with a better name.
But Shark, this is it. I mean, if you want to call it that, I'm fine. I'm probably gonna forget about it anyway.
What
'cause
about
I found,
what about the Guardian's arrow? I like the word Guardian in the name.
I do like that.
Guardian? Yeah, we should keep Guardian. Yeah.
Guardian
Guardian
of
something.
Galaxy.
No,
Where
We,
the hell does
What the heck is a
Galaxy?
galaxy?
What
We
what
will
does
not
that-
do that because our great overlord Myrmidran has specifically requested us to not use names that exist in other universes.
a great overlord.
What
Marvel.
the hell is the
There are
universe?
Myrmidran's an
others-
asshole.
There are other universes.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Spider-Man No Way Home.
By the way, while we were selling things,
Okay, wait a
I
second.
have
wait a second.
many things.
Oh, I could also throw myself into the mix if you need. I can sell my services.
Sell you?
There you go. There you go, Shaw. Like, how do you like that?
But isn't tie?
All right,
What
you know
does
what? We're scratching it all.
No,
Everything's out the window.
I like the Guardian, but it doesn't tie.
Guardian tie.
TIE fighter?
By the way, do you happen to sell, oh fuck, what did I need? Enchanted thread?
Yeah, that'd be upstairs.
Okay. And if I'm trying to sell things to you, is that down here or also upstairs?
That is down here.
Okay.
Yes. Anything that's general business, as opposed to specifically getting an item identified or appraised or enchanted, like all of the magic stuff, especially enchanting, happens upstairs. Special design stuff, like working on a blueprint, like what I just showed you, happens downstairs, but like general business is all this floor.
Alright,
Okay.
I revised the name. There you go, Shaw likes.
So how? I'll go upstairs for that. I kind of like plop down the suitcase with the books and the journals and the encyclopedias and binders, And- scrolls.
Okay, so those, I assume those are spell scrolls. There.
Honestly, I don't know.
If you don't know, then the answer is no.
I have it written down as 75 gold worth of total of like wizard books and scrolls. And then under it, I have suitcase with several books and journals, old encyclopedias, and loose binders.
Right. That's some of this paper and ink, and some of that we theoretically could buy, but that's not generally what we do here. This is more of like adventuring equipment, like weapons, armors, tools, sometimes enchanted items. We don't really do like books and such here.
Oh yeah, I forgot Rhode Island. I haven't been on this island for long.
Understandable. But like, yeah. No, we do our best work with metal.
I pull out the blue sword.
Like that.
Oh, by the way, I also just pull out an adamite ingot.
And that. Sword, is that magic, or do you have that identified?
I think it's almost done. Did it finish before I walked in, and did Alwyn tell me what it was?
Yes, it would have finished before you walked in.
What was it?
Go ahead and roll 3d100 for me.
Holy shit, I actually did it right. 169. Oh, rolling a 10. Ooh, that's... Oof.
I was gonna say, that looks like a bad roll for 3D 100.
Yeah, it's just above, like, halfway.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, give me a second to put
Hold on a
those rolls
second.
together.
Yo, I'm kind of nutty with these names right here. That last one though, yo, I actually like that.
code.
Silver, you have to tell me you don't like. You have to tell me you don't like that name, because that's a commanding name right there.
What is it?
Guardian's Retribution.
Oh.
Ooh.
I could say that I don't like it.
Oh no,
I
my feelings. Okay. No, this is yours. I can't name this for you. I'm giving you suggestions. If you don't like it, then don't name it that.
Don't let them name it. They're gonna name it like Shrub or something.
Shrub!
Yo,
We should
you
name it
shrub!
Shrub!
Alright, throw everything else out the window.
Nope, Guardian Shrub.
Guardian
Guardian Shrub.
Shrubbery.
Guardian
Guardian
Shrub.
Shrubbery. That's what
Ian,
it's
you
called.
did this.
The
My
Guardian
name is out the
Shrubbery.
window.
The Guardian Shrubbery.
I mean, that's not
Yeah.
Eden. I said that in character.
Well, you are still you.
Ah, 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 ah.
Oh man.
Just
Ooh,
like a
ah,
woman.
ah, ah.
I'll keep the
What's that
Guardian.
supposed to mean?
I'll keep the Guardian of Shrubbery.
Quick, do the soundbite. There you
Ah!
go.
I
Not
did
a-
it. You sure?
Okay.
Silver's a
Um,
woman.
No,
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't believe in your binary gender. So dumb.
Oh man.
Congratulations, you're an area
Make
then.
you feel down.
Congratulations, you're a prophet.
Am I?
No.
Damn, I am
Sam, I am.
a prophet.
That reminds me, I need my sister to reshare her Steam library because I no longer have Party Pack 7.
Oh.
Oh yeah, isn't it on sale?
What?
Mm.
I think Jackbox games are on sale right now.
Poopy.
I'm in between my pages.
No, they're not. Wait, when did
What
they
do you
come
like
out
them?
with a Jackpack? Jackbox fucking 8. Holy shit.
You're on 8 now.
I could've... Man.
Okay. So, based on those rolls, it is I believe it's a short sword, right?
Where did I write that down?
I'm imagining like a gladius right now.
I
Like
would
Gladius.
agree with Gladius. I don't know. I just have like bluish sword.
Yeah, short sword.
I think actually no. Wait, it may have been a long sword. Let me. Where is
Okay.
that sticking out?
While you check that, regardless, it requires attunement. While you're attuned to it, you have disadvantage on attacks with weapons other than it. But your attacks with it score a critical hit on a roll of a 19 or 20, and you have resistance to necrotic damage.
Ooh. Okay.
There is one other effect that is not revealed by the identified spell.
That's Did he tell me that it wasn't revealed? Like there's something else he just doesn't know what it is?
He knows that the identify spell didn't reveal everything, but he doesn't know what it didn't reveal.
Okay. Yeah, I had someone identify it. It does that. But he said that there was something that it didn't, that like identified didn't reveal, and I don't know what that means.
Usually a curse. And
Oh.
we don't deal in cursed items.
Well, I want to know if it's a good curse or a bad curse.
That's a good point.
You'll need to find someone else to do that. If you would put that away.
Who would tell me what the curse or whatever it is?
I can think of half a dozen people off the top of my head. Ask around really on this street. Especially there's like an antique store. It specializes in curses, actually. So
I
Just-
could get cursed.
not
Where?
you could
Show me.
certainly get cursed if you wanted to.
And can you, so I resist, or, yeah, have resistance.
Resistance to
Against-
necrotic damage, crit on 19 or 20, disadvantage on attack rolls with weapons that are not that sword, and one other hidden property. But it
Okay.
requires attunement to do any of those things.
Okay, let me pull out sticky note number 2. And then,
I got Eden to take more than one sticky note's worth of notes! Yes!
oh no, I started at half a sticky note. I only wrote down that I told Alan my backstory. The chime is, like, master key and stuff about the sword.
So you're 1.5 sticky notes now.
I'm at 3/4 of a sticky note now.
God damn it.
So yeah, that, I'm gonna sell the ruby and sapphire. I had 2 sapphires, so that's 50 gold. That's 25 each. And
Yep.
then the ruby is 300.
Yep. And you're in a town, and we're doing downtime, so you can sell that, like, just for base value, and that doesn't have to be roleplayed.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, what other random shit did I have? Oh yeah, just out of curiosity, how much for a would you sell? Like, would you buy a magic chime that can open any lock?
Chime of opening.
Yes,
Has it been used?
once.
90 gold.
90.
90. 90.
I will keep that in mind.
Also keep in mind how many other times you use it.
I will. I had to fight some fucking sea monster for it.
Didn't you go inland?
Exactly. I
Sounds
fell
like
down
it
a
wasn't
pit and I
worth
had to
it.
fight it. I have my own regrets. Oh yeah, I also have these weird stone metal tools that are for cadavers, or like embalming tools.
Right. I would just buy those for the material on them. Just taking a look. I could do 20 gold. 20 gold for those.
Before I sell these, I want to ask, would these at all help Alwyn? I assume it wouldn't. I just figure I'd ask.
Not really, no.
Okay.
It's meant to preserve things that Alwyn no longer has.
Like legs.
Like skin,
Like skin.
hair, fingernails.
stuff like that.
All right.
And it's also designed to, you know, remove organs. It's almost like surgical tools. So, yeah, not
Oh,
really.
okay.
It's like embalming is like a
then-
special type of surgery that you do on dead people.
What about a potion of vitality?
We would buy that. I can do 125 gold for a potion of vitality. If you would like to.
Yeah, I'm just reading the description. I just kind of look at the party. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to end up using it. I'll just hold on to it.
Might be a wise decision. Your line of work, those things are worth their weight in gold.
Alright, cool. And then I'm going... Oh yeah, I pull out the Death/Luck tapestry. Would you know, like, what this is, or if it's worth anything?
Be more clear. Where did you get it from?
It was from that, like, by, like, the embalming room. And I think that I tried to roll to figure out what it was, and you're like, it's either death or luck. You don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Blaze kind of shakes his head. Again, not really that's more of an art piece, ancient art piece. You might want to check in with the local branch of the VAC here for that. Along with your books, that would be a good place to sell those.
Alright. I'm going to head over there and sell stuff, but I intend to also come back and buy stuff upstairs.
Alrighty. Well, buying items happens on this floor too. But if you're getting something specifically enchanted or need like a spell cast, that's upstairs. Anyways,
Okay,
you
well,
have a good day.
Yep. And then I'm gonna go to the VLC and sell my books and shenaniganeries. Oh yeah, did I sell the Adamite ingot?
You did
Like,
not.
was that factored in? Okay. I wanted to.
Okay. 50 gold.
Okay. And then I go to the VAC. I have the old binders, the encyclopedias, the suitcase with several books and journals, wizard books, scrolls.
Okay. I'm gonna hop back to Jin while you're going over there.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yee.
So, we completed the sale, or the commissioning of the, what did you guys ended up naming? The Guardian's Shot?
Or silver.
Rubbery.
Is it shrub or is it Guardian's Retribution?
It's gonna be the Guardian's Shrubbery.
Oh.
Sorry. Guardian's Shrubbery.
Well, I have to say I don't understand.
You're disappointed. It's okay.
I'm a little bit disappointed, yes. Why shrubbery?
Because it hides and it has pointy thorn.
It doesn't hide though. It shields, but like big disc of reflective metal.
You could design it to look like vines and twigs and furry, right?
Are you wanting us to design it that way?
I'm not wanting that.
But if it
This
happens
is your
all the way, it
commission. I need to know what's going on here.
Yes, I would like it to look like a bush or shrub
Okay.
when it's extended, like a shield.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Yes.
Guardian's shrubbery.
Hey,
All right.
you'll hear legends about this.
I hope not. But if I do, I'll know who to blame. I'm kidding. That's actually kind of cool. Designing it that way, you could like crouch down in some actual shrubbery and just
Yeah.
hide behind it. No one would even know you're there. You also wouldn't be able to see through it unless you like didn't extend it all the way. Maybe.
Possible. Interesting.
Good ideas.
Possibilities.
Lots of possibilities.
There's
Just
too many people
Make sure
here now.
it doesn't get hit while it's like only partially extended.
Yeah, mechanisms breaking.
yes.
No good.
Yeah, mithril is a strong material, so it won't break super easily. But like, if an ogre hits that thing when it's like only halfway extended instead of like locked in, problems.
Got it. All right.
Not an artificer.
Not smart officer.
I think Pollo needed something, or was it?
All right, you guys had items upstairs that you were getting. Yes.
Items. Itames.
So Blaze is gonna go and like help other customers unless you have anything else to say to him.
You're hot.
Oh baby, I know. And he just dashes off.
Who's that guy again?
Blaze Atlanta. And he dashes off
wait,
again.
damn it. Who's wait.
Fire away.
Fire away.
A like really elderly, like short duck person behind you just kind of looks up and in this really sweet like grandma voice says, you know, yelling fire in a crowded place is generally a bad idea.
Oh god, it's fire! Oh no! Ah!
No.
That wasn't a suggestion.
He just like she just like slowly shakes her head and continues to hobble along on her cane.
Typical
But yeah,
duck people.
you guys go upstairs. The diamond mace is valued at 25,000 gold. With the comment made, the way this mace is designed, it would be very, very easy to enchant. Gemstones often serve as repositories for magical power, and with all of the different metals infused into the handle, you could get any number of enchantments into this item very easily. There's a lot of potential here. I know that's a lot of money, but I would really recommend holding on to it. You could make something very special. You know, you can always make money, but this is really
putting a price on it is kind of disingenuous.
So it's just easier to enchant than other objects then?
It's very easy to enchant. Potentially a spellcaster could even do it by casting a spell into it. I don't know necessarily how long it would last, but yeah, no current magical properties though.
Okay. What about El Dagor?
Clarify for me which dagger you were referring to.
Grimshaw's dagger that I got under his bed.
Oh, yeah. This is doesn't have any enchantments on it either.
My heart.
Very, very nice dagger, but
Is it made out of the same material as the Mikarum, whatever, the black
Yes.
dark green stuff? Okay.
I did type that for you, right?
You told me how to spell it. Malchium.
Malchium, yes.
Okay.
Meridium is the light blue.
Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba.
There we go. I'm actually like writing things down to make sure that I remember them, as opposed to just trusting myself to remember them. So yeah, no, Grimshaw's dagger did not have any enchantments on it, and that
Well,
was the
guess
one
I
that
have
you did not
dagger.
have. You did not have that one.
Appraised, no.
Yeah, appraised. I will say it is better than a typical dagger. It'll do 1d6 instead of 1d4,
Ooh.
but it is still a dagger. So you now have 3 daggers with 3 different damage dice, because I'm intentionally trying to confuse you.
I actually have
yes.
4 technically.
Well, one of them is a short sword.
You're
One
a
of them,
short
no,
sword.
I have the 2 daggers I started out with, which are both upgraded. I have the kobold dagger that I never gave back, and now I have this dagger. So I technically have 4 daggers now.
You have 4 daggers.
Nice.
3 of them are upgraded.
Correct.
Yes.
Alright. If I try... Does the weight thing happen when I try to use the dagger? Like, if I try to, like, swing it, can I make it
No.
lighter, make it heavier?
No.
No!
No. That's
I
an
didn't think-
enchantment that is, like, easy.
Oh, that's not just, like, a normal property of it?
No, it's not
That's
a
an
normal
enchantment?
property. It's an enchantment. It's an easy to apply enchantment for Malchium.
but like it's not a inherent property of the metal. Metal,
Also,
quote
wait.
unquote.
Did I get an answer about Blaze with the thieves tools and making it into the core stuff?
Sure, I'll let you commission them for 75 gold.
What if I sing him a little song?
80 gold.
Nah, Blaze is a softie. He'd probably give you 70 gold if you sang a song.
I will. Okay. I'll offer the. Yeah, why not? I'll offer the Crimshaw's dagger and a song.
Crimshaw's dagger and a song? Done.
Yeah. Alright, that's good.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go. Is he using both of the sickles or just one for the thieves tools?
Probably just one. Depending on how extensive of a set you want.
Well, what do you mean by extensive?
Like a thieves tools kit includes different tools for different locks and different lock types. So a more extensive set of thieves tools would be able to deal with more different types of locks.
Oh, give me all of it.
Okay. Then yeah, he would use both sickles.
Okay.
And that'll include the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Nobody here gets that reference, do they?
Nope.
No.
Damn.
Ouchies.
Kazawi.
Should I put
Lockpicking
like
lawyer
core
reference.
upgraded next to the thieves tools?
Yes. Yeah, just put core and also put extensive. Was there anything else? Is there anything else that we're like that you guys are waiting on me for that I've forgotten?
My shit.
Yes. But like, is there anything else happening in Me Throw Miracles that I've forgotten? Because I feel
I
like
wanna
there
the
is.
swords.
I will probably want to go there after I finish my shit, but not for me.
Okay. Yes,
So-
you did get the swords.
Okay.
What's the deal with the swords? Are they just +1s? Are they?
Are they?
Yeah, they're just.
Yeah.
I'm like 88% sure they're just +1 short swords.
They're nothing special
Nothing special.
or anything. Really? They're just made of dragon shit and they're nothing special.
Yes.
Yep.
And they're just +1 magical
Fuck,
short
man.
swords.
I'll put the swords near Thad's grave then.
The one that we didn't make for him?
Oh, no one's gonna. Who wants 2 short swords?
I
Jordan,
use
you're
2
thin.
short swords all the time.
Are they +1s? The already
They are
have
not
+1s
+1s,
though?
but they do more damage than those.
Well, they do
Shut up.
1d6 +1 as opposed to 1d6 +1. But the +1 short swords also have a +1 to hit. So they're
Oh,
more
wow.
accurate.
Well, then I'll switch it out for one of them, but not the other one.
It's the same damage.
Not for one of them.
Okay.
Wait, no, it is. Wait a second. It is.
Yeah, it is the same damage.
I am smart.
I was pretty sure I made both of your short swords the same.
One of them is longer than the other.
Is the +1s for damage and to hit, or one or the other?
For both. So you'll put the +1 in the magic bonus category for the attacks. And not anywhere else. And you can label them as +1 dragon swords. Okay. Let's go ahead and hop to Ruben then. Since I think Mithra
I didn't know
Miracles is
Ruben
done.
was a bunny.
I'm a bunny. That's why I'm hopping.
You've never seen his legs.
Leg, hot leg. Leg so hot you fry an egg.
You messed it
tried
up.
to get me on the cover of both, but my legs were too long. Legendary. All
Every
leg, no
day.
dairy.
Every day is leg day. Monday, Tuesday,
All
Wednesday,
leg, no dairy. He's legendary.
Friday,
I love that.
Thursday, Saturday. Thighs,
It's
calves, all the way.
Friday.
Gotta get
Leg.
dairy.
Anyways, so Ruben, after you have just put in the letter at the VAC's hub, which is where Eterna is heading right now,
I am
is heading in the future, actually.
I am fast walking to my apartment.
Oh, sir, where's your hall pass? You're going too fast. Too fast. Too
Going
fast.
too fast. Too fast.
Too
Where's your hall
fast.
pass?
As you're running, you kick a tin can, and it makes a bowling sound effect. Loud. Yeah. No, you run up into your pretty cramped set of apartments. Kind of squeeze through, get to yours, unlock the door, open it up. Ketzel is standing in the middle of the main sitting room. Furniture is pushed to the side, and he's practicing his martial arts.
Hey, Ketzel.
Oh, hey, Ruben. What's up?
Hey. So, I was down at the post office just checking mail and everything, since we've been gone for a couple of days, and I was told that our apartment, funny here, it has to be a mix-up, but our apartment was rented out to another person because our rent was not paid. Now, that has to be a joke, right? Because I swear I gave you the money for that rent, and I swear I put that money towards the rent. So he was just pulling my leg, right?
You did, in fact, give me money for the rent. Yes. You also told me to go grocery shopping that day.
So you
And we've also been gone for a decent chunk of the time. And so it was yeah, the landlord was over here. It was a discussion of how long we were gone and how that would affect how much rent we owed. And there was some disagreement there. There was some harsh words. He did not apologize.
So
I did not know we were supposedly being evicted, though. So, maybe talk to him about it? I don't know. I don't think he wants to see me right now.
if he's down at the main office.
He should be. Office hours.
Alright. Ruben goes to drop off just like his weapons and shit and grabs just like a little folder of like probably their lease agreement and stuff like that,
Yeah.
of like the bills and stuff like that, and he starts to head down there.
Okay. You get down. Your landlord, you've met him a couple of times before. His name is Pyrethian. He is if a elephant folk can be said to be scrawny, he is. He's still like big and tall, but like compared to the other elephant folk that you've seen, especially in like your set of neighbors, because you do have some elephant shifter neighbors. He's kind of he's kind of small. He's kind of small, and like especially he's thin.
And his name was Pyrethium?
Pyrethian, yes.
Pyrethian.
Pyrethian. But yeah, you kind of step into his office. He's just like sitting there leaning back in his chair, working on documents, like working on them with his trunk, writing and stuff with it. He looks up. Ah! Ruben!
Hi. How have you been?
Been okay. Been better. How are you?
Could say the same. Just got home from a decently long adventure.
Right. Ketzel told me.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Listen. Your rent has been late 2 months in a row. It is all currently paid. But late payments have penalties.
I know, it's just I gave the money to Ketzel, and I guess he just didn't understand that I told him to pay the rent first before going grocery shopping, and that was my bad, and I will now take care of that problem if you give us like one last chance. I'm so sorry for whatever he said to
I'm
you.
under the understanding that you were at the docks a few days ago.
I was.
Did a good bit of work there.
Yeah.
Was Ketzel there?
Ketzel helped out. Yeah. Where are you, going with this?
I'm not married. I don't have kids. Probably never will. I mean, look at me. But I have a nephew. Love him a lot. He lived down by the water down there. Still does, thanks to you guys. Last chance.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. And I
Don't make me regret this.
won't. I will take care of the rent. I will keep Ketzel away from you.
God, he gets on my nerves.
Oh, he gets on my nerves something fierce.
Yeah, he's something or other. But thank you. I do appreciate this.
Don't let it happen again.
Yes, sir. And he leaves very, very quickly. And he runs up back to his apartment.
Beats the shit out of Quetzal.
Oh, you fucking wait.
Death and taxes.
Let me get out my belt.
Ruben
Here, I
literally
can
is
give you
going
the
to.
mortician tools.
Ruben is literally going to kick down his door at this point because he is fuming pissed.
Well, I mean, he's in like the main room, like the first room when you walk into the apartment. So you,
Yeah, I know. He's gonna like swing open the door really fucking hard because
Okay.
he's
You're not
pissed.
actually kicking the door down.
Metaphorically, but yes, no, not
Okay.
actually doing it.
Okay. I need to be very clear on that because that would constitute the last chance thing that you just
That
agreed
would.
to with your landlord. That would be an awkward conversation.
I feel like Ruben's definitely had to do secret work around the house, and like has kept it kind of secret.
Probably. There's like a patch of the wallpaper somewhere that's like slightly different.
Slightly lighter.
Yes. You tried to
Looks
match it as
slightly
best as you
newer.
could.
There's just like a patch of drywall that doesn't really quite look right.
Yeah, it's a little bumpy there.
Yeah. It's alright, don't worry
Yeah,
about
you're
it.
bad at using a paint scraper.
I'll put a photo over it, don't worry.
But yeah, you kind of like burst into the room. Katza looks up. He's still like doing. He went right back to his practices. And he's still doing
Alright.
them.
Alright, you and I need to have a talk now.
That's what we just did. But yeah.
No, you need to get up and you need to stop and come talk to me face to face. No, nothing else.
Step on his tail.
All right. All right. Listen. You know this whole thing is not my forte.
Quetzal, I know that, but you can't keep doing this because now it's costing me my ass and my home. Quetzal, I love you. You are family to me, but I cannot have you doing this every single time rent comes up.
It hasn't been every single. It's just been the past couple months have been like really distracting. Work's been rough. Okay, I haven't been able to get a lot of jobs. I came and basically did a job with you guys for free. Money's been tight. You know this. Money was
I
tight
know.
for both of us.
But why did you think to not pay the rent before you went and did other things with that money? We can't go to the grocery store and buy food for ourselves if we don't have a house to live in.
We can't live in a house if we don't have anything to eat. I don't know about you, but I can live in places other than a house. I've done it.
From now on, I need rent on time. You will be giving me the money for the rent, and I will be dealing with the rent from now on. And you, stay away from the landlord.
Didn't you agree to go to the mainland, though?
I will figure out something, a payment plan of some sort, because I obviously can't trust you with this.
Listen. Give me one more chance. Okay?
This is our last chance to live here.
I know. I do have a backup plan. I told you that the day you moved in. I haven't made a big point of it. I do have a backup plan.
And what is that backup plan?
I don't want to talk about it. It involves calling in some favors that I'd rather not call in.
Plot twist is Draevok.
You better be right about this, because if you're not, I will just
I will take
probably...
care of it. Okay? The reason I'm practicing in here, you saw that. Signed a group with, God, what was their name? Hocus Pocus. Group of 3 wizards need some protection. I don't usually do protection, you know that. But we need the money. So I am stepping out of my comfort zone, putting my life on the line to make sure we have a place to come home to make sure you have a place to come home to after whatever the hell you're doing on the mainland. This ill-advised trip into Draevok's front door.
Do I have really any other option?
No, you don't. Which is why I'm not complaining and telling you not to go. Because I want to. That is dangerous. I am a lot of things, but I do not take risks. I have never been a risk taker. And I don't know, I'm stressed out. So I'm gonna go with these guys. I'm gonna beat some shit up. Let some weird magic shit happen. Make some money. I signed for twice my usual fee too. So that's rent for 3 months. Maybe 2, depending on, well, you won't be here, so I'll see how long I can make it stretch.
Again, I can leave you money and everything. I have money saved up, but you just need to tell me these things before I leave, or before I'm not here for a while and I come back and we just don't have a home.
Any money you leave, I promise, I will use it if I have to, but if I don't need it, I won't use it.
Alan, how much is rent normally?
Rent normally is 50 gold a month.
I will leave, what's platinum into gold? 2 gold?
1 platinum is 10 gold.
1 platinum is 10 gold. Okay, so I will leave him... Give me a second, I'm doing math. I will give him 15 platinum, because that should be
150 gold. 3 months. Yep. He takes it, he locks eyes with you, and opens a very specific drawer in his desk, puts it in there, closes the drawer.
Stay true to your word, Ketzel. And Ruben just kind of starts walking to his room. And then he's gonna go collect his battle axe and shit, and probably go head out to Mithril Miracles.
Okay. On your way out, Ketzel tries to rope you into a hug.
He just kind of puts a hand up and keeps walking.
Stay safe, Ruben.
You too. Now he's gonna stroll his ass all the way to Mithril Miracles.
Alright. Would you like to bump into everyone else as they are leaving?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
But you guys just see it in Ruben's face. He does not look happy. He does not look like normal Ruben. He's just like,
Angie. So yeah, I assume you guys, given that it's getting later in the day, I assume you guys would probably be headed over to the last grotto bar to spend the night at this point. Shalex, Jin, Poyo, as you guys are leaving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're allowed to tell me no, but like that would make
No,
sense
no,
to
fuck
me.
you. I want to go and live on the street like a real man.
All right, cool. You contract AIDS.
Cool.
Alright, my dream is now reality.
Yeah. So as you guys are stepping out of Me Through Miracles, a couple minutes later, you're walking through and you see Ruben just like huffing and puffing his way to in the direction that you guys are coming from. He looks unhappy.
He's like murmuring to himself. God, I fucking hate when this happens. This makes me so angry.
Oh, I just had such a good idea.
Do any of you three stop or say anything? Or you just kind of like pass like two ships in the night? Going once. Going...
Sorry, come again. I've become frustrated in what I'm doing.
I'm just sad. Can you repeat what you said, Alan? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am muted.
Yeah, so Shalex, Poyo, and Jin, as you guys are walking out of Me Through Miracles evening, and headed towards presumably the last grotto bar to spend the night. And get good sleeps.
Good flips.
You see Ruben heading presumably towards Me Through Miracles, back the way that you guys are coming from, and Ruben just looks unhappy. He's like muttering to himself and like head down.
Hey, Ruben, what's up? You don't look like yourself. You look all that. What's up?
Nothing much. Just problems back at the apartment.
Problems in paradise. Tell me all about it. I'm here for you.
It's really nothing. It's
I mean, if it's got that smile upside down, it's something.
You really sound like you want to get slapped.
yeah, no, it's it's really nothing. It's just issues with the landlord.
Do you want me to go beat him up for you? I can do that.
No.
I was gonna say we could kill him.
No,
We can put in a replacement.
no, that is not necessary. Please do not go anywhere near my house.
Do you want me to become the new landlord?
No, thank you.
I think I would be pretty good at it.
We give you a discount.
I am
10%.
okay.
Alright, if you ever change your mind.
Either way,
Heading.
I wanted to see if I could find anything new in Me Through Miracles. Maybe peruse
There
a
is
little
something
bit.
new. There's a bow that turns into a shield. They haven't made it yet.
Oh, that's what I forgot to. That's what I forgot to mention at Me Through Miracles. Your commissioned thieves' tools are gonna take 2 days to make, And that particular weapon of yours, the Guardian Shrubbery, is going to take 7 days to complete.
Perfect. So less than a week.
Yes. They're really good at what they do. And the design is already completed.
For you.
And Blaze is gonna be on their ass about it. So
Because he's been wanting this to happen.
he's been waiting on this. He's been
Everybody's
waiting
like,
for
"No
someone
one's
to
ever
come
gonna
in
want this."
asking for a shield bow.
No one's ever gonna want that. I'll show you. I'll show you all.
Anyways, I'm sorry. I suddenly remembered the thing that I lost earlier in the session. It's been bothering me since.
I was gonna ask you later how long it was gonna take. All right. You mind if I go back with you?
I mean, I don't care. You want to come back with me?
All right. Yeah. Bye, guys.
See you later.
By the way, I have no money.
Well, I mean, I don't plan on giving you money. If that's what you're asking.
No. It's backwards. If you're planning on me letting you borrow some money, I have none.
Okay.
So, you get into Mithril Miracles. By the time you get in, the sun is setting, casting a beautiful orange glow through the normally, brilliant white interior of Mithril Miracles. Through the building's crystal, translucent construction. Kind of step in. It's significantly less busy than it was earlier. Most of the temp employees, the interns, are not there anymore. And it's just one of them that is working, and Blaze is also working with they're both with the same customer, and Blaze kind of glances over and immediately, poof. Hey, welcome back, Chalex and Ruben. Yes.
Yeah, hi Blaze.
Something going on?
Just came to see what I could do to the old battle axe, or see if I can get anything new.
The battle axe is his butt.
No, I think the battle axe is his battle axe, and Blaze points to the battle axe that is hanging in the battle axe holster on Ruben's battle axe side, where he keeps his battle axe.
Battle axe, more like it.
Well, now you're just battle axing for it.
Alright.
We're gonna have a battle for this.
Yeah. Blaze kind of nods a couple times. Anyways, we do still have that massive battle axe over there that we call the answer.
Well, I don't necessarily want to get rid of my battle axe, because I do love her very much.
Are you
just
looking
wanted
to get an enchantment, or?
Well, I know the kobolds, when we were there, did something to it, and they made it a bit better. I just kind of wanted a second opinion to see, what else I could do to it that isn't enchanting. Maybe, switching out material or something.
Well, most of the benefits from various materials, other than adamantine, mithril, most of the rarer metals
the main advantage that they have is enchantability. Some of them are also durability. Some of them are more durable than steel. But good steel, or in this case, you have the adamantine added onto it. Looks really nice, by the way.
Thank you.
But changing out materials or anything, if you're not planning on enchanting it at all, not really a point to it.
And the answer, is that just a normal battle axe, or...
No, it's a big ass battle axe. It weighs like 19 pounds. Yeah. The description that I have officially written for it. At first glance, this massive two-headed battle axe looks too heavy to wield. For most, it is, but it's a lot lighter than it looks. Weighing in at 19 pounds, this weapon is the answer to any question your enemies might ask you. It deals 2d8 slashing damage on a hit, and it has the heavy, super heavy, and two-handed properties. Super heavy just means if your strength score is less than 16, you aren't considered proficient with this weapon. But your strength score is higher than 16, so you are considered proficient, since you are also proficient with great axes.
So, would that be better than my battle axe now?
Your battle axe now, if I remember correctly, does 1d8 or 1d10 if you wield it with two hands.
It's 1d6 plus 2 plus 4 slashing, and then 1d8 plus 2 plus 4 slashing for two-handed.
So, would you rather have 1d8 plus 2 plus your 4, which is the strength score? Or would you rather have 2d8 plus 4? 2d8 has a lot higher potential damage. Like, you can just roll that a couple times.
How much are you looking for it?
Yeah, look at that. Like, looking at the damage numbers, and I rolled really well on your base battle axe. I rolled a 7, an 8, and a 6. But, like, even on a 1 and a 5, even on an unlucky roll, the answer is still, like, keeping up damage-wise.
Can I just, like, play with it a little bit? Feel it a little bit?
Yeah, he, like, kind of waves it off its pedestal, and it kind of floats over to you. And he says, this is, like I said the other few times, I keep suggesting this to you. This is 900 gold.
900. I know. I really love my battle axe. We've been through a lot together.
I understand, but at some point a piece of metal is a piece of metal. And
He covers the battle axe's fake ears and he goes, "How dare you say that about her?
And
She can hear you."
A trustworthy piece of metal is absolutely worth its weight in gold. And I understand you trust that piece of metal with every fiber of your body, but there's better stuff out there.
Well, he's gonna play with the battle axe a little bit.
Yeah.
See how it feels. Does it like
feels heavy?
It.
Like it definitely you try to do a couple one-handed swings with it, like you're used to with your normal battle axe. You cannot swing it one-handed, not really well. You have to like grab on with two hands, and even then, you feel like you're swinging a tree, a very, very well balanced tree, and like, Blaze at one point like conjures basically like a faux marble statue made out of drywall, just for you to like swing into, and it's a very satisfying impact.
Like, it's a very satisfying thing to wield. But just after, like, 2 or 3 minutes of swinging it around, your arms are already starting to get tired.
Yeah, see, I don't know about this, cause like, with my baby over here, I don't get tired with hitting my enemies, but this is gonna make me tired.
Well, maybe. But you also have to hit them a lot less times.
True, but that takes the fun and enjoyment.
Well, if you enjoy getting the shit beat out of you, I have several ex-girlfriends to introduce you to.
Alright, that's not what I meant, Blaze, but alright. I might need those later, but don't worry about that now. Either way.
I'm just fucking with you. 2 of them are boys.
Either way. Not too sure about this.
Well, other than that, or an enchantment, really there's not much, you can't get much better than what you got.
What enchantments do you got for me?
What enchantments can you think of? Want a wave of butterflies to be conjured into being every time you hit something with it? We can do that.
Very pretty, but looking for something to hurt my enemies a bit more. Maybe some other effects that aren't just beating them to death.
Do you want to like what are you trying to add on here? Because you can do just about anything you can think of with magic.
Out of character, I don't fucking know the options. I was thinking
out of
like,
character, the options are literally anything you can think of. I'll give you a price on.
I'm basically basing it off of kind of how Dark Souls has it, where it has like electric, there's like fire stuff, there's like poison stuff, right?
Okay.
And I was kind of thinking like in the realm of I want to be able to hit them and them still be taking damage. So I was thinking either fire or like poison.
Like a damage over time effect.
Yeah.
The most reasonable damage type for that in terms of D&D really is acid.
Can I add acid to my battle axe?
Yeah. So, if you're looking for, like, damage over time, like, you hit them once, and then you can, like, take a couple steps back, drink a potion, and they're still taking damage. They're still hurting.
Yeah.
Poisons are good for if you're fighting, like, normal shit. But if you're fighting, like, weird stuff, or, like, golems or whatever, acid is usually the way to go. As long as you stay out of swamps, mostly you won't find stuff that resists acid a lot.
Well, I assume I'd be fighting a lot of undead with what I've been fighting recently.
Yeah, undead typically don't resist acid very well.
That's good.
No kind of magic or natural inhibition to acid.
And orcs, it'll
As far as
hurt
I know.
those, right?
Alright. I saw plenty of melted corpses out there.
Because I'm thinking maybe that's the way to go. Maybe the answer's not quite ready for me yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is the answer, but maybe you're just not ready to ask the right questions.
Who knows? But I'm thinking that acid is going to be good.
We could do that. Now, depending on how often do you want to be able to activate this? Most enchantments are activated. You do it like you say a command word, or if a weapon is designed with the enchantment in mind, sometimes there's a control on the weapon to like activate it.
I guess a command word would be good.
Yeah, but how many times a day would you want to be able to use it before it needs time to recharge? Or do you want it to be on every swing? That'd be very expensive.
Probably
we could
not
do
every
that.
swing. Maybe like 4 or 5 times a day.
We could do 5 times a day. Okay. Last question. Do you want to be able to, like, if you need to, spend extra of the magic energy in the weapon to do, like, extra, like 2 charges on 1 swing, if you need to? Makes the enchantment more complicated, which makes it more expensive.
Well,
but-
don't I already have the double attack thing?
Well, yeah, you have extra attack.
Mm.
But, like, if you wanted to be able to, like, amp up the effect for, like, a particularly hard to hit enemy that, like, you swing at 4 or 5 times and finally get one hit in, or stuff like that.
I mean, can we add that later if I so please, or is that a
Any
now
enchantment can be modified or changed. It's like a... Magic is kind of like a blanket. And you can, like, pluck at threads to make things happen. You can, like, tie threads together in knots. That's kind of what an enchantment is. Or so it's been explained to me.
Alright.
And so, like, you can always untie and retie the knot, or, like, tie a new string around. It's,
All
of
right.
course, it's more complicated than that. There's more to it, but...
I think I'm just gonna go with the just normal 5 times a day with the command word for now, and see how that works out before I make any more decisions.
Alrighty. Probably take... It's about the end of the day, so... 3 days' time. Come pick it up then.
Alright. And how much are you thinking for that?
Let me grab one of the egg heads up top and talk with them about it. I'll be right back. And he's holding the battle axe. You hand him the battle axe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, as he's holding the battle axe, the whole, like, all of him as well as the battle axe just pulls into this ball of flame that just suddenly bounces up like a sentient golf ball. Bounces up the stairs. And from the top floor you can hear, like, a quiet conversation. It's muffled, even though you have, like, clear line of sight to where he's standing with this satyr lady that I described earlier. But the sound is muffled. And you get the sense that there's some kind of enchantment there to, like, make it easier to hear and understand people, or harder to overhear and, like, spy on people, or both. But after a couple minutes, he comes back down. Yeah, so I could probably do that enchantment for you, thinking 750 gold is where the number landed. For 5 uses. They said if that's too much, they can do 3 uses for 650.
650 is even a lot for me.
Enchanting's one of those things that takes, like, a lot of gem dust and a lot of knowledge of, like, runes and scribing, and it's a very intense process. Can't make a whole lot of mistakes with it.
Hmm. Well, I
I
don't
like that
think
tattoo, by the way.
Oh, thanks. I kind of just touched a rock and it came into my arm.
That's
Hi. Oh,
really.
no, I mean,
You gave him that tattoo.
No, not Shalex, a different rock.
That's really weird. You might want to get that looked at, actually.
I mean,
you never told
It-
me where the cursed place is.
it really just
didn't.
tickled when it came in. Other than that, it hasn't caused me any issue. Haven't even used it yet. Don't.
Haven't used it.
I don't know. I feel like I can use it for something, but I'm not too sure. I felt like powerful when it came in, and then it just felt like a little itch and tickle in my arm.
Well, what do you think you can use it for? Come on,
Mm.
give me a demonstration. This is a safe place. This building's almost literally indestructible. Trust me, I've tried.
OSHA certified, OSHA certified.
OSHA certified. I don't know what OSHA is, but it's ocean certified. There's a flood one
Occupational
time.
Safety and Health Administration. I remember this.
Oh my god.
Blaze
Jordan.
doesn't remember this because it doesn't exist, but he just said it was ocean certified
am
because there was a
OSHA.
flood at one point.
I mean, I don't know if I should be messing with it.
Come on. What's the worst that can happen?
Hey, Alan, as soon as he says that, I use Dimension Door and just fucking magically turn up in fucking miracles or whatever, mithril miracles.
I would say that that's probably... You're probably a little bit too far away for Dimension Door at this point.
Fuck.
Womp womp.
Alright.
I would love to allow that because I don't know what, like, mischief you have planned. But, like, it just... I don't know, it doesn't track.
Man.
Alright.
But if you suddenly remember something, you can turn around. Or if you, like... Yeah, I think you have enough spell slots to double Dimension Door, and I'd allow that.
We did technically do a rest during the trip, yeah?
Yeah.
So yeah, I do.
Double Dimension Door! Boom,
Double
boom,
Dimension Door!
boom, boom.
Shoo shoo. Dimension door.
Oh my god, Blaze!
Yeah?
Blaze!
What's up?
Can you do me a favor? Can you get me like the smallest shield that you can that you have? And I want you to like, cause I wanna write something on it. Give me the cheapest, smallest shield you have.
Give me the world's tiniest violin.
The world's tiniest shield. Okay, not the tiniest, but a decently small shield that you can write something on.
Why are you writing things on a shield?
It's for my father. It's for my daddy.
My papa.
My papa. My great old man.
Is Ruben just like watching this?
Okay. Okay.
You just see
Okay.
Poyo fucking appear.
Yeah, you guys just saw, like, Poyo basically... A door appeared in, like, midair, and Poyo stumbled through it, fell 2 feet to the floor, and, like, stumbled, and, like, suddenly, like, was just there, like, yelling at fucking Blaze. Honestly, Ruben, depending on whether or not you were going to try to do anything with your word, you might think you accidentally summoned him.
Well, Ruben was gonna start thinking about it. He just kind of like is watching this happen as like, what the fuck?
Yeah, up to you, Alex. But
You know what? Ruben thinks he did it. Ruben's like, what the fuck? I think. Did I do that? Is that what
You
my?
what?
Did I
I'm looking
do
at Ruben.
that?
You appear here. Is that what? And I point to my arm.
No. I just teleported here because I can do that now.
No.
Yeah.
That would have been really cool, though. Honestly.
Yeah.
Just like being able to summon your friends. Be super
Yeah.
useful.
I don't know. I
Split
kinda
the
pick my
party?
nose.
Bad idea? Never heard of it.
I kind of
Well-
pick my nose. I don't know, man. I think it would be kind of annoying if you tried to summon me when I'm taking like a dump, you know?
No,
I
but
just
like,
flick it- I
if
flick the
everybody in like a group of 20 people had that ability, you could explore like ruins 20 times faster. Everyone goes somewhere like alone, and if you need help, just boom, everyone's there.
That would be decently cool. But
It'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
Blaze, I want you to find a small shield if you have one. And
Well,
I want you
if
to
it-
write.
I have to say, is this going to be a good message or a bad message?
Bad message.
Bad message. I have just the thing, but it's not for sale here. It's something I was actually wanting to buy. As soon as I clock out in like 15 minutes, I will come and show you. Okay?
Okay.
I want to go back and buy stuff from Mithra Miracles.
Man, I should have teleported you then.
You can do that tomorrow, which can be the
Dang.
same session.
Okay.
Because like, yeah, this day has been going on for more than a day at this point.
Ruben wants to try out his word.
Okay, so we're gonna do that. There's that.
I do want to buy. Oh, I'm not gonna enchant my thing because I just don't have enough money, so I'm gonna look for something else.
Okay. Go ahead and what are you gonna try to do with your word?
I'm going to try and so who's all in the room with me right now?
So there's a group of 2 customers. One of them looks to be almost like a chameleon shifter. And the other one is a tiefling. Red-skinned tiefling. And they are with basically one of the interns, one of the temporary employees, who is human. And then there is Blaze, you, Shalex, Poyo, and then there are people upstairs, which is a balcony, and there are people downstairs.
Okay. So I want to try and think about the word strong as I'm looking at Poyo.
Okay.
And I want to
I grow big muscle.
No, no you don't.
Oh.
I want to try and make him do the strongest, most boogiest dance moves he's ever done in his life, like doing the worm, everything, like
Okay.
everything. That is what I want to try and do with my word, because Ruben has no idea what else to do.
You're gonna try to make Poyo dance.
Yeah, but like viciously to the point where he's about to like fall over and like cry violently.
Jesus Christ.
Man, you're really dominating that person.
Yeah.
No, I have a different one that I'm thinking.
Now watch as you fail and you just die from that. You just die from it.
I just combust.
All right.
What do I roll?
For you, I believe it's a con check.
Strong. I'm just gonna throw it in the chat.
Yeah, Constitution saving throw with a DC of 11 plus twice the spell's level. Okay. Roll a Constitution saving throw. That is not quite enough for the spell that I had in mind. But there are other things that have that exact same, that can have that effect. Such as Dominate Person, which that is enough for. So,
Whoa.
yeah, I'm going to let it work
Not a
for
spell?
Dominate Person.
Oh wait, shit! I don't have any spell slots because
Yeah, Poyo, you just double dimension door. You got zip zilch nada.
Do I have an action to kind? Do I have an?
You have an action to start violently doing the worm. Ruben, as your tattoo just starts like glowing, there's like a gold dust that suddenly appears around like Poyo's face. And his face just suddenly twists into like this mad grin. And Poyo says, "Watch this!" And just immediately just starts fucking busting out.
I do the cha-cha slide real smooth.
No, it's not even smooth. You're like...
Oh fuck!
You're being like thrown around at this point.
Jazzercise. You're like... Imagine if dancing was also weight training. That's what Poyo's trying to do, except he doesn't have weights. So he's just swinging his limbs very hard. Poyo, your hands hurt from clapping.
So
Everything else
I'm-
hurts too.
So basically, I'm one of the special kids then.
Yes.
Great.
Go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw. Poyo.
Yeah, give me a second. Wisdom saving throw?
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, expected that.
Yep. Fail. So that's 6 seconds of dancing. Roll again.
Alex, there will be consequences, just letting you know.
Let's see here. 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that is a pass. So Poyo dances for maybe about 10 seconds before the tattoo like suddenly just and the glow recedes, the sparkles scatter, and Poyo just like is just standing there.
What the hell did you do that for?
Well, I think I know what my word does now.
I fucking use my pro power real quick.
Blaze
As an
is
action.
just cackling, like rolling on the floor. He's collapsed.
I fucking inhale that pro power. And I'm gonna cast Polymorph on Ruben.
God.
Pearl of Power can only provide a 3rd level spell slot.
Ha!
Polymorph is a 4th level spell.
Eat my ass! Ha!
But I...
I know you have the invocation that does that, but that's not quite how that works.
You never told me that. You never...
I shouldn't have to. Pearl of Power is the 3rd
What
level
do you
spell
mean?
slot.
Fuck you.
Pearl of Power is 3rd level.
Well, fuck you.
No.
Okay, good.
You don't
I don't
want
wanna
to.
fuck you. Yeah.
Needle, why are you fighting me so?
Needlework? Huh. I sure wish it would.
Man, you're really not gonna bend the rules for me so I won't be able to do the funny?
Yeah.
Okay, I see how it is.
That's a hard rule. There are some rules that are soft rules, but spell slot level is a hard rule.
How for a warlock isn't... So they're not... So it's not... So it doesn't give me warlock spell slots then. This entire time.
It
Which
doesn't...
you haven't told me.
The reason is this polymorph is a 4th level spell. So in order to cast that with a warlock spell slot, that warlock spell slot has to be 4th level or higher. So the Pearl of Power does give you a Warlock spell slot, but the Warlock spell slot that it gives you is a 3rd level Warlock spell slot. So you can't
That
cast
shouldn't matter
4th level
because it
spells with
doesn't
that.
say anything about
It doesn't, but the
Well-
polymorph spell itself does.
Did I let Kindle piss in Ruben's pants, son?
Have Kindle roll a dexterity check.
Give me a second. I actually have a token now.
Have Ruben roll animal.
Yes, have Ruben roll animal handling.
All right. 16.
Oof. Nat 1.
Your pants is very, very silk right now.
Alright, I'm about to fucking go attack Poyo now.
It's like, it's extra, like, okay, pissing your pants is already a warm feeling. It's not exactly a warm, fuzzy
Jesus
feeling.
Christ.
It's not pleasant.
You are
But, like,
dying.
dragon piss is extra hot.
Alright.
Like, it kind of burns. It's like, it's spicy.
Ruben's going to, lunge at Poyo.
I quickly thunderstep out of there.
Oh, you're gonna thunderstep?
Oh wait, shit.
Hmm.
No, Blaze would like it. Blaze would be fine with it.
No, that spell deals damage. Blaze would have to counterspell.
Okay, I won't do that. I'll just do the classic fly, cause Ruben is an idiot and doesn't have range.
You
What
can
do I
go
roll to
next.
attack? What do I roll to attack him?
Fly.
Athletics.
Athletics?
Fly!
Yep. Poyo, you cast as Ruben is like. Ruben looks up at you and just gives you this look, and you're like, "Oh shit!" So you immediately cast fly and start to fly straight up, and Ruben like just jumps up, grabs onto your ankle, is now just like clinging
I
to
fucking
you.
kick him. I immediately fucking kick him.
We're just arguing. Get back here!
You made me
Eventually,
dance!
Blaze is like,
You fucking pissed my pants!
Kindle pissed your pants! I have
You
no
did-
I have no fucking control
guys,
over that.
guys.
I fucking kick him. What I roll to kick him? Let me kick him.
Blaze is gonna cast Prestidigitation. Your pants are unpissed.
Kindle, quick, piss in his pants again. No, I'm kidding. Don't. I mean, unless
Powering
you're
on,
into that.
indeed.
Unless you're into that.
What happened?
Your pants is unsoaked.
Yeah, Blaze is gonna cast Prestidigitation to unpiss your pants.
Thank you.
And he just kind of says, "Guys, okay, that was a bit of good fun. That was hilarious. Let's chill it out now."
Alright.
And
Ruben,
he's
let's
like-
go with
He's
Poyo.
like holding his hands out at both of you guys.
Ruben, let's go with Poyo.
I
I
really fly
love-
up to the ceiling.
Um,
Fuck!
As you fly up towards the ceiling, you pass like the plane where the balcony is, and your fly spell is dispelled.
I'm like a balloon.
And you just like
I'm
Blaze
no longer a
catches you.
balloon. Thanks, dude.
Yeah. No.
See,
there's,
Blaze is a better friend than you, Ruben.
All I did was made you dance.
It's called
could've
customer service, baby.
It fucking hurt. I may be fucking smiling during that. That actually fucking hurt, Ruben.
Sorry.
To be,
I'm sorry.
to be fair,
I'm sorry
to be
for
fair,
not
Poyo.
having any control over Kindle for pissing in your pants. Good
To
job,
be-
Kindle. Love you.
To be fair, Poyo, nobody in this room knew what that was gonna do, so can't really blame him.
Hey Ruben, did you know did you know that was gonna happen?
Nope.
Insight.
Roll insight.
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah.
I forgive you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. As if Ruben was not, telling the truth in the first place.
No, listen, Polio's skeptical, man.
Mm. Either way, I want to look for Alan. Can I do ranged weapons or
Yeah,
no?
you can.
Okay, cool. Cause I want something other than my battle axe, so I'm not just like throwing my battle axe and hoping it doesn't break.
Well, at this point, your battle axe is not going to break because
Well,
it's
yeah,
made of like very reinforced materials.
but I also don't want to lose it if I ever
You can
throw
buy
it.
some more javelins if you want.
I was looking more for like small like bow or something.
You can throw hand axes.
Yeah,
Ooh, those are yeah.
you can get some throwing axes.
The next level up, Eterna could enchant them so you just it's called repeating shot. You have infinite ammo.
Dude, that would be amazing.
I'm not
Like-
sure that works on thrown weapons.
It works on shooting or throwing weapons.
Oh, lit. That actually works on throwing weapons?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I didn't know that.
When you level up, can I convince Eterna to do that for me?
Yeah, 'cause I'm gonna switch out some of my other infusions too.
Cool.
I just need to buy a bag of holding so I can free up that slot.
Can I get like
How many hand axes do you want?
how many are they in like give me like a group of 10. How many for 10?
10 is
Oh,
a number. 10 is a lot.
Well, I was thinking like the little just handheld ones.
Yeah, like a hatchet.
Yeah. I would think only like a couple platinum pieces.
Each hand axe is on default is 5 gold. So here that would be 6 gold. Times 10, you're looking at 60 gold for 10 hand axes.
I mean and then it would be 124.20.
Yes. And each one weighs 2
Oh my
pounds,
God.
so you're talking about buying 40 pounds worth of axes.
I mean, what can you say? He's got a big axe.
I also do have a bag of holding, so
You've got a bax of holding.
yes. Well, I don't have any javelins anymore, so I don't know why I still have those here.
I could give you some.
I will
more-
say, javelins cost a tenth of the price.
Yeah,
I got free ones.
but his whole shtick is axes.
Yeah. I wanted to throw that out
Axes.
there.
I figured they'd be cheaper. But I'll just do 10 axes.
10 hand axes. Heard that.
You can help me put those in my character sheet. And then how much can I hold for like weight wise?
300 pounds?
10 times your strength score, I think. No, 15 times your strength score.
So it would be
15 times 20 would be 300.
my strength score is 19.
Yeah, so almost 300 pounds.
Okay. Yeah.
The total weight equipment thing down here, as long as you keep like weights for like all of your shit on here, it'll keep track of like how much you weigh and like if you suddenly have big
Too much.
ass rock that weighs like 400 pounds, it'll tell you
Oh.
over carrying capacity.
All right.
So let's get that big ass rock out of your inventory.
And it was 60 gold.
Yes.
Give me 1 second to subtract.
87.
Thank you.
I got you, bro. Eterna, you went and like sold the things. They all of the things that you wanted to sell at the VAC thing had prices attached, right?
No.
No. Okay. Run me through what they were again.
One line did have a price attached.
Okay. Ignore that then. Just sell it for the price listed.
Yeah. But the suitcase had the several books and journals, 3 encyclopedias, 3 loose binders, was not labeled.
Do 500 for that. For all
alright.
of the binders and everything.
And then 75 for the wizard books and scrolls.
Yes.
Because we no longer have wizard, or at least as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, we no longer have wizard. You're the closest thing we have to a wizard now.
And that's
I'm a
impressive.
wizard, Harry. I wanted to sell
because Crimshaw's a lizard, Harry.
I wanted to sell the skull with 8 teeth, but honestly, I don't know where to sell that.
You could probably sell it at the same place that you did go to with the cursed sword.
You should probably shop at Jordan's
Right.
General Store. I heard they have some good prices.
I heard they have
You don't
cheap
have any
prices.
You don't sell anything.
Exactly.
I'm gonna ask Alwyn on the way if it's a death tapestry or a luck tapestry.
Death is the answer.
Okay.
Wow.
I think it's neat, so she's just gonna keep it like in her room. Because she thinks it looks pretty.
Eterna doesn't. Well, you have like a tavern room, but like.
Well, yeah, no, she has no permanent house.
But you can certainly keep it if you'd like. You can keep it in your bag of holding.
Yeah, because I also have a chest in my bag of holding.
Yeah.
Cool. I think that was all of it.
Pretty sure.
Can I trade that, you know what? Nah, I'll just hold on to it for flavor. I think that is all of my weird things.
Except for the cursed things.
Oh, yeah,
The
except for
cursed
the
sword.
cursed thing. So
Yeah.
then, go to cursed place.
Okay. So, at this point, the moon is out. It is nighttime.
Is it a full moon?
It is not a full moon. It is a crescent moon. It is a waxing crescent.
One of these days I'll see a werewolf.
Damn, I wish it was waning. Oh well.
Are we all heading back to the lost
Yeah.
grotto?
Ruben, Poyo, Shalex, you guys can all head back to the last grotto. It's about that time.
About that time again.
About that time.
What
Closing
is
time.
what's the Rumen situation this time?
Still free rooms.
I was talking to the group.
Oh.
Who's sharing room?
Still
Because
feeling.
I assume we have the 3 rooms, but there's what, like 5 of us?
Yes.
I
Is it
mean,
enough rooms that we need to bunk with each other, or
I
Or what?
assume that Eterna and Alwyn would be in a room unless he's gonna be like, I'm a skeleton. I don't need sleep. I'm gonna go stand outside.
menacingly?
He is actually going to do that, except he's not just going to like stand outside. He's going to be active and do actual things.
He's gonna sit
But
outside.
he's not going to tell you what those things are.
Yeah.
Dark and moody.
Ah, man, though, I did want to pitch him an idea.
Okay.
Hey, Alwyn.
Yes.
So you know how I made a deal for me to give you position?
That was in fact the goal.
What about, because Mithril Miracles, I fucking hate them because everything's expensive. But what if you were a sort of middleman in the trade between them and the kobolds to get all the kobolds' mithril and minerals? Because you can get some very lucrative trade.
The problem with that is the kobolds don't mine for like material gain. It's not about like money wouldn't really improve their lives. They don't really have anything to spend it on.
But that's whenever you, instead of like exchanging, like you would get money, like trade the minerals and such from the kobolds to Mithril Miracles, and you get that money, and then you can use it to buy things that the kobolds would need. Like they said something about needing more space, or like trying to get food, or trying to like put money towards finding like something for their sun aversion. I'm just saying, I think it would be a good idea because it could, like, everyone can win, but you would be in a very special, like, spot in that trade.
It's not exactly the type of position that I'm looking for.
But it's a start.
It would absolutely allow me to establish a reputation. I will, I'll go and speak with the kobold leader. What was his name again?
It's Ruben.
No, it's not. It's, I know the name.
Ruben.
Crimshaw Stonebluff, the 27th.
The 27th.
Yeah, apparently kobolds die either really young or very quickly.
It's already dead.
Yeah, they're already on Crimshaw the 34th. Just since you guys have left.
Thank God they don't remember.
I will, I'll go speak with this Crimshaw and see if I can organize something like that.
Also, I was going to try and buy a cloak for you that would have like the I'm not dead woven into it, even though I don't know what these people's problem is. You're just undead. Like, it doesn't matter if you have skin or not. Like, damn.
For most people, it does.
You know,
Wait, it's overrated. Like, if you're
Honestly,
undead, like, it's neat.
I
It's
would
like
agree.
life plus.
I am glad that I no longer need to shower or take care of my skin or anything. Might get some lotion for my joints, but other than that, no, being undead is pretty comfortable. Especially since you don't have much feeling in your anything anymore.
Man, I wish I didn't have feeling. My back is always dying.
Tall as you are, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and in the stupid cave, I swear that I got taller. I was already tall. Whenever I woke up in the bay, I was already fucking 7 feet tall. But like now, it's even worse. Like I'm like 7'8" now. Like I this is a lot.
I understand. And by that I mean I'm going to go now and do not want to continue this conversation.
Dang. Okay. Um. All right. Let me know what if like the kobolds would be willing, cause like it's a start.
It is a start. And he like passes you a sheet of paper. There's a start on the ancient core language. Let me know when you're done with that worksheet. I'll make another for you.
Oh, I don't have messaging. All right, yeah, because by then you should probably be back.
Likely.
And then I go to the cursed place. I assume I look down at the core and it's just like nonsense.
Some of it is core and some of it is written in like spotty comment. Seems to be a worksheet on basic nouns and pronouns.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. Stepping across, walking down the strip here. Excuse me. Didn't sleep well last night. You get to the place that Blaze had pointed out to you, and you look at it immediately like, yeah, this is the cursed place. It is... it looks like almost an old library that was designed to look like a castle that was then converted into a haunted house. There are wooden ramparts that appear at first to be rotting away, but you can tell it's just like a paint job. There's hanging fake spider webs and like a full-on statue of like a large spider displayed across the wall. Stone gargoyles guard the entrance. Just this like castle door. There's this massive castle door, and set into it there's like this small trap door that swings up and is propped open by like a single stick. And there's tattered banners that you can just barely make out the color red from, hanging across some of the places. You step in and there are rows of books and shelves and tables full of various small knickknacks, small skulls and bones and crystal balls, amulets with faces carved in strange locations, making unnatural expressions. And in the back, kind of hunched over a counter, reading a book, is this like ancient looking skinless cat tabaxi. Wrinkles of skin are covered in tattoos. She's wearing like a very loose fitting shawl that appears to be decorated with a skull.
step in, she doesn't look up. She just staring down at this book, says, "Hello, darling.
Hi.
Welcome to Auntie Ethel's."
I really like your aesthetic. I'm glad that like or she wouldn't, she is smart. She can say words. I really like the whole like atmosphere you have. And I'm glad that it's not actually rotting and that's just painted.
Of course, wouldn't be hygienic or safe to contain objects as dangerous as these in anything less than 8 layers of magical protection.
Speaking of dangerous objects, I have a sword that I believe has a curse, but I want to know if it's a good curse or a bad curse.
All curses are bad. It's just a matter of who they're bad for.
I like you.
And she like slowly stands up and stretches, and for the very first time since returning from Zephyrion, you have to look up at this long and gangly 8'2" woman.
Oh yes, this is refreshing.
She steps over the counter and in just 3 steps crosses like half the store and kind of bends down over you. So, let's see.
I hand her the sword. And she can't really bend down over me. She's only like 6 inches taller.
I know, but like, she just kind of like looms over you.
Yeah.
Takes the sword from your hands. Yes, this has connections with Draevok's maze.
Oh, fun.
Where did you find this?
He made a pitiful attempt to try and draw me back in. And I found this on the way out.
Drawing attention from the Dark Lord himself. Perhaps this was given as a parting gift to you then. A token of respect.
I don't think it would have been from him personally. He's too busy betraying his own people.
Maybe. Who's to say what the Dark Lord really wants? 500 years in isolation does strange things to a person.
I don't know how long I was in isolation, but you don't see me trying to kill everyone left and right.
Yet. Always time for things to get worse. It's a good thing you didn't bond with this sword before bringing it to me. The curse is one of blindness. If it's ever separated from you, if you do decide to use it, you might want to keep it close at all times.
So you've been cutting in and out a little bit while you're trying to like whisper. So you said blindness, right?
Yes, the curse of blindness, as long as it's distant from you. It's a good thing you didn't bond with it first. Oh, then 10 feet or so. Anything further than that and you'll find your world go dark.
too long in the dark might start whispering and pulling.
I'm very familiar with the dark, believe it or not. She kind of like looks at her hand and turns it over.
I can see that in you.
My fur used to be as red as a dead body, but now it's gray and colorless.
Still, your blood runs red, does it not? Always more to lose.
I'm not sure if my blood still runs red. I'm pretty sure you said my blood runs black. I mean, my blood runs, but from the last time I saw it spilled, I'm fairly certain it's lost its color as well.
Fascinating. You wouldn't mind spending a couple days here, would you? I'd love to explore the curses he's placed upon you.
I wouldn't mind, but I believe my party is waiting for me. Or at least, I don't know, I feel like this one's gonna stick around a little bit longer than the last.
Well, are you going to be taking this sword with you then, or will you leave it here for its power to fester?
I'm definitely considering taking it with me, because as long as I keep it with me, I get my sight.
Just don't lose it. Don't let anyone steal it. Above all, don't let it be destroyed. Your eyes would pop like grapes in a monarch's mouth.
Interesting. I didn't think that the curse would remain after it's destroyed.
Oh, darling. Curses are never lost. They simply whisper into twilight, waiting to wake up again.
I forget, can't you unattune to stuff? Like, if you are attuned to something already, you can attune to something else and it breaks that bond?
Not a cursed item. Not a cursed item.
Okay. So if it, for the cursed item, would the curse remain and I bond to, like, another sword?
No, you wouldn't
Or would
be
I not
able
be
to
able
unbond until you were targeted by a remove curse spell, which is 5th level magic. And that would end the attunement, but it would not remove the curse from the item.
Okay.
So,
I mean, if you want its power to fester, how much gold would it be for me to part with it?
I don't do gold here. Gold is so easily tricked. I do trades of equal value. Would you like a pendant?
What would it do?
What would you want it to do?
Give me resistance to necrotic damage.
And vulnerability to radiant. An easy curse to place.
What about the ability, if I'm vulnerable to radiant, would I be able to cast radiant as well?
Yes, but only with your own life force.
I think I'll have to pass on that then. I have another item. I pull out the skull with 8 golden teeth.
Oh, an ancient key.
Yeah, it's for the lost city of Zephyrion.
Matters not what door it opens. Each key simply waits on the right lock. Each lock is made for the right key. If one
So
lock
since you
is
don't-
destroyed, another spawns eventually.
Since you don't deal in money, would I be able to get a, maybe... Do you only deal with curses, or do you deal with, like, enchanted items or more boons?
Only curses. Every item here is powerful and has a drawback. I don't believe in handouts.
What item do you think you would have that would benefit me the most?
You're heading north, yes, into the fields.
Eventually.
Well, dangerous place to be. Lots of dark magics and an aura of corruption slowly spreading out from the crater Draevok left. I have an item that could protect you from that aura of corruption. A small
Have I not
brooch.
already been corrupted? Isn't
It
that...
would also protect those in a 60-foot radius around you.
Okay.
However, for each mote of corruption it absorbs, it has to release that somehow. And the release can be directed as to what time, but not to what direction. Depending on how many, up to 10 people, it has shielded from corruption the previous day, you may release a burst of necrotic energy within a 30-foot radius around yourself. Deals about as much damage as a typical fiery explosion of a wizardly variety. You would be subject to this damage as well.
Assuming I'm inside of the radius?
You would have to be wearing it in order to activate that. And it would have to be activated once a day, depending on how many people it protects. But of course, no one else would have to be in the radius. So if you're traveling with a healer of any kind, and you're willing to suffer to see your friends survive, and not fall prey to your same ailments, perhaps
Is
it
this
could
all
be
that would
of
happen
use
to them?
you. Not all. That's not all that happened to you either. Your magic
Then
has
what
an
else
interesting
happened?
source, does it not?
I assume it was almost like a testament to me escaping the labyrinth.
It was not a testament to you escaping the labyrinth. It was the labyrinth imprinting itself on your soul as a tattoo imprints itself on the epidermis. You carry a shard of your personal hell with you. Weaponize it against your enemies. Similar in so many ways to these objects here. Are you sure you wouldn't be willing to stay? Become a part of my collection?
I would rather not become a part of a collection.
You'd be well fed, taken care of.
But my vengeance wouldn't be quenched.
Vengeance is a common theme among curses.
Well, I will trade you the ancient key for the locket, or you said it was a brooch
Yes,
that would
a
shield
brooch.
us from corruption.
Do be sure to let it loose when your friends are standing distant.
Oh no, I intend to, I don't know, I might just pass it off to one of them. Or maybe they'll see it fall out of my pocket. Looks at Jen.
Remember, it must be worn to be protective. Preferably on a cloak over the right breast pocket. Holding the pocket closed. Keeping its contents safe. Here you go, darling. Come and visit again sometime.
I will if I ever need another curse.
I do fortunes as well.
Alright. I kind of lean onto the table. Like, I don't know, we're too fucking tall. I guess I lean onto the wall. I don't know. Well, if you're into reading fortunes, what are the chances that Draevok will be toppled soon? The Fairlands have no need for a false god any longer.
The Feelings have no false god. Draevok was and is and will be the creator of the Feelings and the curse that spreads through it. But it is simply a shard of his own curse. Every person is born good and bad. It's what they choose to grow that defines them.
Oh, by the way, while I'm here, do you have any holy water? Or is that more of a, like, a paladin thing?
Get out. Go.
I just kind of stand there looking at her. I mean, I guess you can't take a joke. But okay. And then I kind of walk out at my own pace, because I don't fucking care if she's an angry old cat.
As you begin walking out, the items on the shelves around you begin rattling in their place. And as you step out, the trapdoor that's kind of lifted up, suddenly the stick that's holding it open breaks and the door slams shut behind you.
that's where we're gonna end today's session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah.
That was a pretty fun downtime
Oh.
session, honestly. Like, I know downtime and shopping episodes can sometimes be boring, but like, I feel like that was fun.
But yeah.
I will say I was more engaged than I was in the beginning with like shopping stuff. So good job.
Good job. Need
Also,
more dragon piss.
Good job to you, Alex. The roleplay from you today was fucking fantastic.
Stop yelling, Alan.
I just have to be really depressed and tired to actually roleplay well, apparently.
Dude, you did so
Ain't that
well
a
today.
mood?
You really
Ain't
ought to
that
be
a
proud
mood,
of yourself.
Alex?
All right, time to sleep deprive myself every D&D
Every
session.
Sunday. Every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
Sunday,
Yay!
Sunday.
Sunday.
Hey Alan, can I yell at you real quick? In
Hold
your
on, let me
office?
end the recording first.